to the March 4th. Okay. Welcome to the March 4th regular meeting of the Los Altos Hills Planning Commission. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Caparas,
Yeah.
Commissioner Patel,
Here.
Commissioner Smith,
Here.
Vice Chair Washura,
Here.
Chair Indico.
Here. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
I
pledge
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and
and
to the
republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, the first thing we have to do is presentations from the floor. Opening presentations from the virtual floor. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the Planning Commission on any subject that is not on the agenda. Please note, however, that the commission is not able to undertake extended discussion or act tonight on non-agendized items. Such items will be referred to staff or placed on the agenda for a future meeting. You will be given at most 3 minutes to present. Opening the presentations from the floor. Do we have any hands raised, Cody?
No, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, well, seeing none, I close presentations from the floor. Moving on to item 3, consent calendar. We have the 2 items. The first one is the resolution authorizing the Planning Commission to continue using the meeting virtually through teleconference meetings and making related findings pursuant to AB 361. And the second item we have is the approval of the February 3rd special meeting minutes. Do we have any comments at all on any of these items? Okay, so, all right, so.
I move to accept both motions in the consent calendar.
I'll
Great.
second that.
Thank you very much. May I have roll call, please?
You're on mute, Karen.
Karen, you're on mute.
I just want to confirm that Commissioner Patel seconded.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, let me get to the vote. Commissioner Caparas,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Vice Chair Washura,
Yes.
Chair Indico.
Yes, thank you. So that's all approved. Okay, moving on to item number 4, public hearings. Today we have two items on the agenda, and I've been instructed to read the new language for the directions. So here it is. Public hearings are specially noticed items for discussion. Anyone wishing to speak regarding a public hearing should fill out a speaker card prior to the completion of the staff report and give it to staff. In this virtual environment, the public should raise the hand icon on Zoom or place a message in the chat window on Zoom, and we will provide you an opportunity to speak at the proper time. Before speaking, please identify yourself by name. The order of business for public hearings is as follows. First, staff presentation. Second, applicant presentation, which is 15 minutes. Third, commission questions and clarifications. Fourth, public comments, which are limited to 3 minutes per person. Fifth is applicant response, which is limited to 5 minutes per applicant. 6 is commission comments, questions, and action. If you challenge the proposed actions in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described below or in written correspondence delivered to the Planning Commission at or prior to the public hearing. Any interested party may appeal the determination of the Planning Commission to the City Council by filing a written notice of appeal with the City Clerk by 4 p.m. within 21 days from the decision. A non-refundable filing fee and a deposit for services shall accompany each notice of appeal, except that any member of the council may file such an appeal without payment of fee. Okay, so now I'm going to ask for any ex parte disclosures. Be sure to identify which names are associated with which agenda item. Who wants to start on ex parte?
I spoke with Bob Elson in Pathways Committee regarding the Elena Road project, or we emailed. I also emailed Jeremy Lowe and Kit Gordon, and I've had a discussion with Sophia Mangalam about this in the past. Thank you.
Okay. I can go next. I had basically ex parte, I had email correspondence with Kit Gordon for Newbridge, which is 4.1. 4.2 is just was talking to staff and emails that we all received, which will be in the supplemental, which is Kit Gordon, Michael Grady, Charles Bronitsky, and Sue Welsh. But we all received that. Anybody else, anything else to add?
Yeah, I exchanged emails with Kit Gordon and Sue Welch on item 4.2, the Elena property.
Okay, thank you. Rajiv or Ed, anything there?
Yeah, I just received emails from Sue Welch and Kit Gordon and Charles Bernitsky. So I did not reply to them, but it was just a one-way conversation that I think everyone came to was sent. So those were my only ones.
Okay, thank you.
Same here. I just received the same emails that you all received and no other communications.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, moving on to item 4.1, which is 26070 Newbridge Drive, file MA 22-001, lands of Musavi map adjustment request to remove a recorded conservation easement, remove a 5-foot public utility easement, and record a new segment of 10-foot public utility easement on a portion of lot 2 of tract number 6527, now part of 26070 Newbridge Drive. And the project planner is Jeremy Lowe. Jeremy, may we have the staff report, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Indica. Good evening, commissioners. One moment while I share my screen. So as mentioned by the chair, the item before us is a map amendment to remove a recorded 100-foot wide conservation easement, remove a 5-foot wide public utility easement, and record a new 10-foot wide public utility easement at 26070 Newbridge Drive, file number MA 22-0001. The subject property is located off of a private driveway easement off Newbridge Drive. It's bounded on the west by La Paloma Road and Barron Creek, to the south by Golden Hill Court, and then to the north and east by its neighbors. Here we are a little bit closer, just so you can see the subject property. Again, it goes all the way to Golden Hill Court and La Paloma. So a little bit of background. At the December 9th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, a site development permit application for a new pool and patio area, SD 21-0043, was approved with the added condition that a open space easement be dedicated over those portions of the property within 25 feet of Barron Creek's top of bank. Pretty standard condition for large site development permit applications. The commission asked staff to basically look into the possibility of abandoning a 100-foot conservation easement in place of the new open space easement. At the time, we weren't sure if that was a possibility, given the slight differences in nomenclature. And it does look like the conservation easement was recorded as part of a tract map, and so it is subject to map amendments. It wasn't volunteered by a former property owner. So as mentioned, this is the subject property. I've actually separated it into 2 parts. The subject property was originally, in its current configuration, is actually a combination of lot 2 of tract number 2979 and portions of lot 2 of tract number 6527. So the yellow portion was added to the red by lot line adjustment in the past. So because of that, there are some strange easements. So for reference, this is tract map 2979, lot 2. And this is tract map 6527, portions of lot 2. So The applicant is requesting to remove the 100-foot conservation easement located on this portion of the property. Again, because it was previously two separate pieces of property, the 100-foot doesn't continue all the way across. And again, we are requesting or requiring the recordation of a new 20 open space easement 25 feet from creek top of bank. The open space easement encompasses approximately 16,000 square feet. This 100-foot conservation easement being requested for removal encompasses about 13,000 square feet, excuse me. In red is the 5-foot public utility easement that's also being requested for removal. Generally on subdivisions, public utility easements basically ring properties so that any utilities could be provided for the project site, as well as any neighboring sites, right? If every property has public utility easements, we basically have contiguous easements. Because this property was added by lot line adjustment, now it simply bisects the property. There is a 10-foot public utility easement on this portion of the property, and there's a 10-foot public utility easement on this portion of the property where my cursor is. And so it was felt that removing the 5-foot public utility easement and replacing it with a new 10-foot public utility easement shown in blue would basically provide for the same contiguity of public utility easements. So findings, the Planning Commission, or actually the Planning Commission and City Council must make the following findings. There are changes in circumstances that make the conditions of the map no longer necessary. The new open space easement, as previously mentioned, encompasses a larger area and follows the length of the creek on the property in its current configuration. This is more in line with the town's requirements for protection of riparian areas, specifically 25 feet from creek top to bank. The 5-foot public utility easement bisecting the property is not normal and would basically be rendered unnecessary by recording the new 10-foot public utility easement. The applicant did reach out to all potential utility companies. That would be Comcast, AT&T, PG&E, and Persimmon Hills Water District, County Water District. And they are all okay with the proposal to vacate the 5-foot public utility easement. That's the public utility company's terminology, vacation, and the new 10-foot public utility easement. Furthermore, another finding is that the modification does not impose additional burden on the present owner of the property. It would actually free them from some burden as they're removing that 5-foot public utility easement that bisects the property, as well as trading the conservation easement with an open space easement, although the open space easement is larger. And the modification does not alter the right or title of the property and conforms to our government code section 66474. This does not change the rights or titles of the property. It doesn't confer any rights to neighbors or anything like that. That isn't standard. And so the project was publicly noticed. Public notice was mailed to all property owners within 500 feet of the affected property. To date, staff hasn't received any public comments. We did reach out to the Open Space Committee. We received one comment, not representing the committee, but just one of the members, basically saying they had no problems with the application. And so our recommendation is that the Planning Commission forwards a recommendation to the City Council approving a certificate of correction, amending a final map to remove the 100-foot wide conservation easement, remove the 5-foot wide public utility easement, and record a new 10-foot wide public utility easement on the subject parcel, subject to the findings and conditions of approval in attachment 1. Any questions?
Any questions from my fellow commissioners? Okay. None? Okay, good. Look at you guys. All right, then now I'll ask if the applicant would like to make their presentation and to please keep it to 15 minutes allocated to you. And we welcome the applicant. Welcome, Mr. Musavi.
Hi, it's a pleasure to see you all again. Thank you again to Jeremy and also to Sophia for their support and I think excellent presentation. I think this is a pretty simple request. There's sort of a mess of easements on the property right now due to the lot line adjustment in the past. I think it was Commissioner Kaporis's raising this kind of strange configuration of the conservation easement on not even half the frontage to the creek and nothing on the other side at all. That sort of spurred this discussion. At the meeting, the December 9th meeting, I have the minutes here. I'll just read from them. Yeah, this group, with the exception of Commissioner Smith, decided on a 4-0 vote amongst the other conditions, which was to approve the site plan and with the condition of adding the over 16,000 square foot open space easement, which I accept. The final element of that resolution was to request staff to forward to the city council a request to remove the existing conservation easement. So I think arguably the Planning Commission has already made this decision. The reason why we're back here today is because the conservation easement wasn't previously publicly noticed. So it's, I think, from my perspective, more procedural that we're back. It's okay. Of course, we have to follow proper procedure. But that's, in case you're wondering, didn't we already decide this? The answer is yes, but it hadn't been fully noticed. And so just the conversation, I think, went a direction that people didn't necessarily anticipate, when that meeting started, which is fine. I think it was a good direction. I think the result of this, and I won't belabor this, is that as the staff reported, there will be a significantly larger easement on the property, an open space easement, that will be configured to better meet the goals, the environmental objectives of the town. It'll be over 16,000 square feet rather than this conservation easement, which is in less than half the frontage to the creek, which happens to just run up the hill at 13,000 square feet. And so it's larger, it's better configured for the town's goals. It may sort of just makes more sense on all fronts. I'm in favor of the, and I appreciate the Planning Commission's approval of the site plan. We're working eagerly to implement it. My goal is to, if we have the approval of the Planning Commission today, to move forward and forwarding all of these easement adjustments, the addition of the 16,000 plus foot open space easement, the subtraction of this conservation easement, and the subtraction of this POE, which is PUE 5-foot easement, which is really I think it's a vestige of when the property prior to lot line adjustment, it ran around the perimeter, the old perimeter, but now it runs, bisects right through the middle. There are no utilities there. Commissioner Ndako, I know that you're a neighbor, and you mentioned in the prior meeting that the power for the neighborhood, or at least some part of it, maybe including your home as well, that's not this easement. That is actually a separate pole. If you would like, Jeremy, I'm sure could show it to you. That is, I don't know, 50 feet down, 50 feet north of this or so. This particular PUE has nothing in it. PG&E did their diligence and confirmed by letter. You have it in the record that they have no use for this easement, and nor do any of the other utilities, who are all fine with this being kind of a traditional around the perimeter. So, but looking, trying to be conscious of what the objectives of the utilities are, as well as what the town should be. We identified and volunteered that 10-foot PUE on the southeast corner to make sure there was a contiguous run all the way around, in case at some point in the future we or another neighbor needs it for any utility reasons. So yeah, I won't belabor that, but I think that the sum total of all of this is that we'll have net more open space easement on the property. It'll be better configured to meet the goals of the town and the environmental objectives of the town. I would note, because I didn't have a chance to say anything because the discussion began getting into the conservation easement in the last meeting, and I was already offline, and I didn't even realize that was going to be an issue. So I would note, I think, to reinforce the decision you've already made, which is that the conservation easement expressly allows legal fences, the one that I'm proposing to remove. So the fact that you in your last meeting already approved an open space easement that permits me to retain a fence is completely consistent with what was already in that conservation easement. So I would just say that to reinforce the decision you've already made, and that essentially that this is now effectively consistent in that respect as well, because that was a topic of discussion, and I wanted to make sure that you were aware, and I was going to tell you, but I couldn't because I didn't have the floor, that legal fences were permitted under that conservation easement as well. That's all I have to say. I thank you all for your service and for your consideration. And I appreciate all of your attention to my repeated being in front of the commission here. I've obviously been focused on improving our property and kind of cleaning it up from a encumbrance perspective. For no other reason than I'm now focused on it because we're doing a large remodeling. And I know as soon as I'm stopped focusing on it, I won't remember it for the next 20 years or 30 years while we raise our kids and all those other things in the home. So I figure we have the momentum and might as well get it done while we have the attention to it. So thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? I do have one question, actually, just curious because I like to learn and know things. Yeah, I did double check also my power lines to make sure that we don't get power cut off. But it's interesting that on your property, there's no easement for the power poles that run through it, carrying the power lines that go underground. That's just, that's kind of funny. I mean, they didn't even put like a little square spot for where they've got the power poles going.
Yeah, so you're a very observant Commissioner Indako. I actually have a question out to PG&E, so I'm not sure if I'll be back in front of this commission, but if I am, it might be on this topic. My question to them is, on what basis do they run those wires underground right through the middle of the property? Because that's primary power. It's not normal for primary power to run through the middle of a property. That's not even an old property line. That's right through the middle. I think it's an issue for another day.
Yeah.
But I am asking them on what basis they do that. You know, I don't know, I haven't gotten a kind of an answer yet. You know, again, in full transparency, it's not before you today, but in full transparency, I would prefer that PG&E take it upon themselves to route those lines, the primary power, along this PUE around the perimeter. There is going to be a full perimeter available to them. I don't know if they'll do that or not. It's not because I have any plan to build on top of those primary power lines. In fact, all of our plans don't. It's just because when I bought the property, I actually didn't realize that primary power ran underground right through the middle of the property. And even if someone mentioned it, I'm not sure I would have realized how unusual that is. And every single expert that I've had come to the property, electrical, contracting, even PG in itself, they said, that's crazy. Who let that happen? I'm not sure. So I guess I'll try to take that up with them, and I might end up coming back to you to let you know what I do, and if you're interested, I'll let you know offline.
Well,
I'm not sure it'll be a
I'll
planning
say-
commission matter. No
I'll
matter
say that-
what, yeah, no matter what, we're not going to compromise power to the neighborhood. They wouldn't let us, and we wouldn't want to. But I think the question is just, would it make sense for us and for PG&E to route it around rather than directly through the property?
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, just is curious because when I kind of studied and looked, I was like, that's just bizarre. But also congratulations on getting a response from PG&E, because that to me is amazing that you got a response from them in a letter form. So that was good. All right, moving on. I will now, if there's no other questions except for my one minutia point, I will now ask members of the public to provide their comments. Please restrict your comments to 3 minutes. Do we have any hands raised in the audience, Cody? And I don't see any, so I assume
Correct.
everybody's good there. Okay, great. Well, seeing that, now we move on to where the applicant has a chance to respond to anything more for 5 minutes, but if not, we have a pretty loaded.
I'll pass. I'll let you move on with your evening.
Thank you so much. I assume none of the commissioners have any more questions for our staff or our applicants? Okay, great, thank you. I will now close the public hearing. And is there anyone who wants to start the discussion on this one?
I'd just like to thank staff and the resident for their diligence and alacrity. This is moving at light speed. I really appreciate that we decided something in December and it's getting wrapped up this quickly. Thank you.
I do want to say a big thank you to Jeremy also. He did an excellent staff presentation on this. I appreciate the historical maps that I requested in his presentation. It helped clarify what took place with the original conservation easement. Now I get it. So I want to thank that. And also just really appreciate the staff report too, reflecting that the open space easement is 16,000 plus square feet, whereas the conservation is 13,000. And it's just mainly to kind of show that we are getting a larger preserved area on this property. So it's not like we're just releasing a conservation easement willy-nilly and not getting anything else there. So that was very well written. Thank you very much. Is there any other discussions? Otherwise, are we ready to make a motion?
Well, I'm ready to make a motion. If I can, I would like to make a motion to forward a recommendation to the City Council to approve a certificate of correction, amending a recorded final map to remove a recorded conservation easement, remove a 5-foot public utility easement, and record a new segment of 10-foot public utility easement on a portion of Lot 2 of Track 6527, now part of 26070 New Bridge Drive, subject to the findings and conditions of approval in attachment 1.
Just a quick clarification, Commissioner Patel, that motion is to adopt the resolution that would do all those things that you just read.
Yes. Yes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, great. Alrighty, I guess we're ready for roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Caparis? Commissioner Caparis? Am I muted?
Yes,
Okay. Okay, you said yes. Oh, sorry about that. Commissioner Smith,
Yes,
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Vice Chair Washura,
Yes.
Chair Indico.
Yes.
Okay, so just for clarification, I made sure to replace the word approve to adopt based on the city attorney's advice.
Correct.
Great. So the motion passes and the adoption of this resolution or map just request will go forward to City Council. And I guess, do I still have to say that it's approved pending a 21-day appeal period, I guess?
It's not a decision or appeal. It's a
Okay.
recommendation.
Great, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, some of the stuff is kind of new to me also. All right, great, thank you. All right, so moving on to item 4.2. This is 28001 Elena Road, Parcel number 182-02-016, file ZP 21-0047, lands of Sea Landing LP, zoning permit for a new 6-foot tall property line fencing and gates. And the project planner is Jeremy Lowe. And Jeremy, may we have the staff report, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Indico. Good evening again, commissioners. One moment while I share my screen. If I can locate my PowerPoint. All right. Okay, so as mentioned by the chair, the application before us is a fence application at parcel number 182-02-016. We've given it the temporary address of 28001 Elena Road because it's currently vacant. Project number is ZP 21-0047. The subject property is a 42-acre lot located at the northerly end of Elena Road. Apologies for not outlining it here, but it's basically the old Fenwick property to some people. It is bounded by I-280 on the east, the Twin Oaks subdivision to the north, properties on Saddle Mountain to the west, and Elena Road to the south. In addition, there is a remainder parcel, a remainder lot within it, and a parcel within it as well, 27965 Elena Road. Here we are a little bit closer. So again, where my cursor is the approximate boundary of the property. And here we can see it a bit closer. So this was the parcel map from when the original lot was split. So again, lot 1 was split from the larger Fenwick property. Here referred to as the remainder lot, which is 42 acres. And then parcel 1 was a separate parcel, and that's that other Elena Road property there. So as you can see, the subject property is encumbered by a number of easements, including pedestrian and equestrian easements, Parissima Hills Water District easements, easements for ingress and egress, here referenced as a right-of-way, emergency access easements, and public utility easements. So moving on, the subject application came before the town a number of times. It was first heard at the July 6, 2021 Site Development Committee meeting where, given the number of neighborhood concerns, committee concerns, as well as the size of the fence, over 1,000 linear feet, staff decided to refer it to the Planning Commission. It was then heard on the August 5th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, continued to October 7th, 2021, or continued to a date uncertain. It returned on October 7th, 2021, and was subsequently continued again and returned on January 13th, 2022. So don't want to go through the entire background of this application. I'm sure everyone who is here tonight has been following it quite closely. But the current proposal is slightly modified from the previous application or the previous plans that were submitted. The applicant included the easements on the plan, as well as provided topography on a separate plan, which was included in the packet. Again, the plans are not proposing fencing along the easterly or northerly property lines. So that would be the Caltrans adjacent property line or the north property line adjacent to that Twin Oaks Court subdivision I mentioned previously. The applicant did provide a response letter, which had some assertions in it, specifically one where they could easements could be crossed provided that there were gates and that the pathway easements are currently unimproved by the town and therefore not open. We'll touch on that later. Wildlife friendly fencing was not proposed as previously requested by this commission. And fences and gates are still shown in easement areas. However, written on the plans are that they would be set back. Some of them are set back 10 feet from the Fran Stevenson path, and the rest do not indicate a setback. So as proposed, in red would be proposed wire fencing. This would be wire mesh with metal posts in red. So they are showing, basically property line fencing everywhere except for the northerly, which is the right-hand side of the page, and the easterly, or the bottom of the page. They're basically proposing fencing everywhere else. There's existing fencing on this portion of the westerly property line that they are not proposing any changes to. And then in purple would be black chain link fencing. And so this is the applicant's proposal. Of course, the standard conditions of approval would apply where easements do need to be kept free and clear, as well as maintaining a adequate setback from the center line of the adjacent right-of-way. But other than those conditions, the application is proposing 6-foot fencing throughout. Those fences do comply with the town's ordinances. Here, I just wanted to show some existing fencing. You'll note that a portion of that existing black chain link fencing was shown incorrectly. It does jog directly to the west as it approaches that parcel 1. In addition, there is a wire fence in front of the existing black chain link fence. And then there's some additional fencing along the Fran Stevenson pathway, as well as bounding the west and east of that parcel 1. There's also the fence shown in blue is a chain link fence at the shared property line with the Twin Oaks Court subdivision. As far as staff is concerned, or as far as staff is aware, we've done our research and could not find any approval for any such fencing here. It does not appear as a subdivision improvement, nor is there a fence application. The green fence would be the chain link fence owned by Caltrans. That's an existing chain link fence. And so that is not subject to this review. And so just showing again that the existing black chain link fence, as it approaches parcel 1, just goes straight to the west. And then it's kind of hard to see, but shown here, you can actually see a double line. And so right in front of that is an unpermitted wire fence. And so based on the previous discussions at the previous hearings, there are some outstanding issues, as well as based on public comments that we've received since the public notices have gone out. One of the public comments noted that the plans indicate that multiple existing fences were permitted on on this parcel map, number 547. And basically, none of those fences appear to be approved as part of any parcel map or subdivision. Staff could not locate any approval letters or approvals for this fencing, except for the black vinyl coated chain link fencing, which I previously showed in purple. I'm not showing on this plan here. So as conditioned, condition number 6 states that existing unpermitted fencing shall be removed. A lot of this fencing is proposed for replacement, specifically along this southerly frontage and at the northwesterly corner. So anything else would need to be removed. An additional comment that we received from one of the public comments is that fencing at the northerly property line is not permitted and should be removed. Removal of unpermitted fencing can be done either with this application, again, that would be condition number 6, if the fencing is located within the property. So this fence, which appears to be at the boundary of the Twin Oaks Court subdivision, is either on the property line or it's within this property slightly, or within the other property. If it is within this property, again, condition number 6 would basically require unpermitted fencing to be removed. If it is located on the other property, that would require separate code enforcement activity. The public comment also states that fencing would hinder longstanding wildlife movement throughout the property. Fencing is not permitted to cross any easements, and so as conditioned, the fencing would basically need to stop at any easements so that, of course, they're kept free and clear of fences. And so this would basically have 2 large openings at either end of the property, which would facilitate some wildlife movement. Plus, the removal of that northerly fence along the Twin Oaks Court subdivision would also completely open the northerly property line to wildlife movement as well. And so condition number 5 requires that all easements be kept free and clear of fences. And finally, the public comment mentioned that some unpermitted wire fencing was recently being several months ago, installed at the northwesterly corner. Of course, that shall be removed and or replaced outside of the easements. So condition number 6 would require any unpermitted fencing to be removed. And condition number 5 requires all easements to be kept free and clear of fencing. So again, the fencing would have to basically follow these easements and stop right here, or else it would be crossing an easement. Additional outstanding issues have been posed by the Planning Commission since the onset of this application. There was concern about existing wildlife movement on the property, and that fencing should be wildlife friendly. This has been discussed at length, and basically the code requires that wildlife friendly fencing be provided at open space easements or recorded wildlife corridors. These don't exist on the subject property, and no easements would be required for dedication on an application of this scale. Generally, a site development application for a new residence would be the appropriate time for new easements to be dedicated. However, it is worth noting that the northwesterly corner of the property is located in open space conservation area as shown on the town's land use map. And so this would indicate that were there to be a site development application for a new residence or a large project like that, a new subdivision or something, this subject property would be subject to review and potential recordation of new open space easements. And so again, conditions 5 and 6 would require that fencing, illegal fencing, be removed, and fencing keep any easements clear. But of course, the existing easements on the property are only pedestrian and equestrian easements and Purisima Hills Water District easements in this northerly corner, northwesterly corner, excuse me. Another issue that was raised at the last 1 or 2 planning commission meetings raised by one of the commissioners was that there appears to be a number of drainages or water courses on the property that would be affected by fencing. And so there's potential implications for fencing, specifically at this northerly property line. As noted, no new fencing is proposed at this northerly property line. That was abandoned, I would say, prior to the January hearing. However, there is that existing fence on Twin Oaks Court subdivision that does need to be resolved through some kind of code enforcement activity or as conditioned by this project. However, it is worth noting that the exhibit shown here, provided by by a commissioner, is not using the town's land use map, which shows creeks. And so just based on the code, there is no code requirement for fencing to not cross these easements. So, you know, if the town were ever to amend our land use map to include these as creeks, then of course there would be additional protections, specifically a 25-foot setback from tops of bank. And of course, condition number 6 states that any illegal fences would need to be removed. So that would be that existing chain link fence. And then finally, posed by the Planning Commission throughout this process is that fencing should not encroach into any easements and be adequately set back from adjacent rights of way. I'm paraphrasing, of course, for the commission. Existing unpermitted fencing should be removed immediately. And this has been included in conditions of approval since the onset. But of course, I'll reiterate, standard conditions of approval require that all easements be kept free and clear of fencing, at least the easements on this property. Some easements specifically allow for fencing, but none of the easements here do. Fencing located outside of easements along Elena Road would basically ensure that a minimum of 45-foot setback would be maintained. That's because we already have 20-foot wide pathway easements here, as well as a 20-foot wide distance from the center line to an existing dedication on the property. And so the majority of this would already be outside of 45 feet. However, there may be portions that need to provide an additional 5 feet of setback. So conditions number 3, which requires that 45-foot setback. Condition number 5, requiring easements to be kept clear. And condition number 6, requiring existing fencing to be removed. Existing non-permitted fencing to be removed would satisfy all of these concerns. So again, fencing cannot cross the pedestrian and equestrian easements. And then the fencing would have to be outside of the emergency access easement, the pedestrian and equestrian easements here, as well as the 60-foot wide ingress and egress easement. Again, for the purpose of this application, it's referred to as a right-of-way. It's not actually a town right-of-way. And then on the parcel map provided, they're showing that original proposed 25-foot wide driveway easement. But again, as indicated by the owner of lot 1, which is 28011 Elena Road, that was actually not recorded. And so they had to record a new 30-foot wide driveway easement. So of course that would need to be kept free and clear of fencing. Any questions?
That's interesting. Hey, Jeremy, I do have a question. On that last slide, it's really interesting. So per your conditions of approval, this is what those conditions of approval would basically allow. Am I interpreting this correctly?
Correct. This would be based on the applicant's proposal and based on the conditions, this would be the resulting fencing, more or less.
With the exception that you've got to have that one little piece jogging up to the western line, you know, as far, no, down here where you got parcel 1, you know, where the black fencing goes straight up and not to the right.
Yeah, so this is that's just basically a drafting error on this plan. So it didn't need to be shown, but yes, the fencing does currently go straight to the west right here.
Okay. And also one other thing too, because right there, as it goes straight up to the left of it there on that property line, that area is not black chain link fencing. It's actually wired from the old horse corral.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's just, it's interesting that you have the lines like this. I just want to kind of take a look at this because, interesting.
I had a question just for clarification. I'm looking at this and I hear words about fences got to be well clear of easements. But the bottom line as I look at this is in terms of wildlife permeability coming from the south or to the left of this picture, there are a number of isolated islands. At the top, we have an island, which if any wildlife got into there, they wouldn't be able to get out or in. To the bottom left, we have an isolated island. And then the main portion of the remainder of the parcel, the bottom to the right, is also an isolated island. So we've got 3 isolated islands where wildlife can't get in or out. Am I right?
That is correct, but again, as previously mentioned, there are no open space easements and wildlife corridors recorded on the property.
No, but these are then islands.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I had several questions, but let's start with this. I like this because it shows what is proposed. Now, obviously, there's the Caltrans chain link fence, which is not proposed but exists. And on the northern side, we already talked about the unpermitted fence, which has to be addressed somehow. But the existing permitted fence on the westerly border up, is that existing?
So there are a number of existing wire fences throughout the property. Again, staff cannot find permits for them. However, they are very old wire fences. And so there's potential that they were installed a long time ago where there might not have been a permit requirement, or they were just, again, installed a long time ago, but without permits. So this application would basically correct a majority of that by replacing existing fencing with new, of course, in a location that works, which would be outside of easements and more than 45 feet from the center line of Elena Road.
Yeah, but I'm talking about on the top of the map, the segment between that red fence on the left and the purple fence on the right, where you say existing permitted black chain. So that was a permitted fence. We know that.
There is a section of black chain link fencing which is approved, and there is a permit for that, but that's the only fence on this property that is approved.
Okay, and in the middle of the property, this new red line fence, it's connecting with existing fences there at that point. Are those permitted?
Yes, this fencing is permitted. Again, give or take a couple feet. It's basically in the location that was approved by the town.
Okay, okay.
Can I ask?
Now,
Can I ask you a question, Rajiv? That red fence that you were talking about that goes from that corner where he's got the cursor, that's part, from what I understand from the staff report, is not permitted. Is that correct, Jeremy?
Yeah, so that was one of the fences that was installed without permits, which kind of kicked off this whole process, right? A number of fences were installed and identified that were installed without permits. The applicant is requesting to permit this fence within the property, of course.
And all those fences inside the property are what style or what type?
So they're proposing the wire fence with metal posts. And, we've basically been requesting that they be wood posts, which is more rural looking, but yeah, these are all the red would be a wire fence.
Got it. Including the existing fence which interior to the property exists.
Yeah, so they're going to install.
Not that one, but the ones which, those.
Those are black chain link fence.
Oh, those are black chain link fences.
Yeah, and as mentioned, there's actually a second fence in front of them, which are wire. That fence is not permitted and would need to be removed.
Okay, so that will be removed. Okay. So at least for all the non-colored parts, now I understand what the issue is. Now, for the fences along the roads, the internal roads, which is the 60-foot and the 30-foot road, do you also need a 45-foot setback from center of line?
No, so the minimum setbacks for fencing, it starts at 30 feet and then it goes up as the fence gets taller. But those minimum setbacks are from public and private rights of way. This, however, would be a driveway easement serving only 2 houses. And so there
So
is no
it's not a
setback.
private right of way.
It's just a private driveway easement. Here it's referred to as a right of way when it was recorded, but it's not like a private street or anything. It doesn't show up on, say, Google, Google Maps or anything. So this is strictly a private driveway easement. And so there is no minimum setback from it.
Okay, so at least one of the neighbors considered it as a private right of way, but according to you, that's not accurate. It's a easement.
Correct. When it was recorded on the parcel map, it's referred to as a right of way, but it's not like a town accepted it and it's a street that we improve or maintain. So it's not actually, strictly speaking, a right of way.
Okay, but this town generally does not improve or maintain private right of ways, right?
Correct. However, we consider it a private right of way or a private street if it actually serves more than 3 properties that do not front a street. So currently only lot 1 and parcel 1 do not front Elena Road because the subject property fronts Elena Road. So at this point, it's just a private driveway easement and not a private street.
Okay. Okay. Now, in one of the neighbors, the parcel 1 neighbor's attorney's letter, they were talking about 3 gates to their property. Do you understand what 3 gates they were talking about? Because I could just figure out 2 gates, one at the entrance of this property near Elena and one entrance to parcel 1, but where would be 3 gates?
So the applicant is proposing a driveway gate here, which we would not approve because it crosses an easement. That would have to be a civil matter.
Okay.
And then they're proposing a driveway gate here at the Elena Road frontage. I'm not aware of a 3rd gate. There are gates proposed along sides of the proposed fencing flanking the driveway easements. I'm supposing so that the applicant can, of course, get to these islands referred to by Commissioner Kuperis. So there are some gates throughout, but as far as gates that the owners of parcel 1 would basically be facing, I only count 2.
Okay.
And of course, as previously mentioned, we wouldn't allow fencing or gates to basically cross said easements.
Okay, so that black portion where you show the gate in parcel 1 is not something that we are recommending or approving.
Correct. As conditioned, this is one of the boundaries of this drive, the 60-foot wide easement. And so the town would not approve fencing in this location.
Got it. Got it.
Can I want to play off of your comment here, Rajiv.
Sure.
Since we're talking about this parcel 1, and I'll let you continue. Also, I've been staring at this letter from the attorney representing parcel 1. And when I look at the map that they showed, they had it surveyed. It looks like their existing driveway is not even in that red open space there that you created for us, Jeremy. It's like a little bit further up, tying into the 30-foot easement part of the driveway, not the 60-foot. What happens there? Because their driveway for parcel 1 is, according to the survey by parcel 1, is not in the place where it should be.
So property line boundaries and easement boundaries, those are civil matters. We're basically approving fencing at the edges of easements or on property lines. Whether or not they're installed correctly or whether or not existing conditions are in the correct locations boils down to civil matters. We see this all the time for fences throughout town. People, argue that a fence is 1 or 2 feet in the wrong spot, and they don't want to lose their property, right? So, these disputes do come up, but if there's any discrepancies with the stakes that are located on site and the existing improvements, as well as with the actual map itself, that would need to be resolved by the civil engineers or by the applicants or property owners, civil engineers. And if no resolution is reached, they can go to a civil court, and maybe a third engineer can be brought in, an expert, to basically render a decision. So if one survey doesn't agree with another survey, yeah, that's a civil matter.
Can we require the civil engineer sign off on the locations and the plans?
So as a standard condition of approval, we do state that it is the property owner's responsibility to confirm their property lines. And so generally, before anyone installs fencing, they will get an engineer to stake out the boundaries. Of course, they can choose to, wing it. And of course, they risk civil action if they're not in the right spot.
So Rajiv, you still have the floor. Go ahead, Brigitte.
Yeah, I had a couple more questions. One is on the northerly boundary, you mentioned that it was means unpermitted fence. What would be the procedure for us to address that?
So we would basically, if we can't determine that it is located either on this side of the property line or the opposite side of the property line, because the fencing rings the entire Twin Oaks Court subdivision, it is safe to assume that that would be the party that we would reach out to. And so we would basically send a courtesy letter to the property owner of that subdivision, basically saying they have to either remove it or apply for a permit to permit it. Of course, because it's been subdivided, there's potentially multiple property owners now for all the fencing there. But that would be the first step, would be one, reaching out to someone. And in this case, it would be most likely the property owner of Twin Oaks Court. Now, if there were stakes indicating the 2 points of the northerly property line, and we could find that the fence is south of those points, then portions of it would be removed by this applicant, and the other portions would be removed by the owners of Twin Oaks Court.
Now, means if there are stakes, who would be doing the work? Because there is no applicant, neither this applicant nor the Twin Oaks residents would be motivated to do this work. So who would be doing this work?
So in the absence of staking or any clear evidence of whose fence it is, because it rings the entire Twin Oaks Court subdivision, we would reach out to them and basically make them do it.
Okay. And the last question is, since this is a Williamson Act property, like we use in other parcels on town where site development occurs and there is landscape plans, there is a water conservation budget. Do Williamson Act properties have to abide by our town's water conservation budgets?
I would need to check if the state's WELO, any laws regulating WELO, which is water efficient landscape ordinances, if any state laws have carve outs for local controls on water uses specific to Williamson Act contracts. I can't comment on whether or not there is an allowance for Williamson Act contract properties to exceed WELO requirements. So that's something that I would have to check on.
Okay. And are there any timelines for these properties to have agriculture started? And I believe based on one public email, there are some notifications to town and to the state regarding the activities of agricultural income on such properties. Has any of that occurred for this property?
So the Williamson Act has a number of allowed uses on a property. One being a farmhouse, so a single family residence. Two being agricultural activities, cattle grazing, chickens, growing vegetables. And another allowed use is strictly open space. So the Williamson Act does state that land can be left unimproved as open space, provided that, of course, it meets the minimum requirements for a Williamson Act contract. And I believe that's 20 acres. So because this property is 42 acres, it should meet the minimum size requirement. And it does appear to meet the open space use currently.
Okay.
I have a number of questions if it's my turn.
Go for it, Jim.
Building on Rajiv's last question, if the applicant was to try to reinvigorate that existing abandoned well, or somehow do improvements to get irrigation in here to support the agricultural use that he's claiming, would it require a site development permit to do that?
Wells are handled by the county's Department of Environmental Health, so we wouldn't be the permitting body for that. As far as the agricultural uses and permitting, there really is no permitting requirement for planting vegetation. Again, I'll have to consult with the WELO laws regulating WELO if agriculture is exempted or not. Because WELO does state that 500 square feet of new irrigation, 500 square feet of new irrigated area requires a WELO calculations to be done and certified by a licensed irrigation designer, generally a landscape architect. So again, it's just a matter of figuring out if there are any specific exceptions or carve-outs for agriculture in WELO.
If they were to build a 901 square foot barn or roof sun protection, that would require a site development permit.
Yes, we require permits for any structures taller than 6 feet and exceeding 150 square feet of floor area. If it was not a barn, if it was just like a pergola or something like that, if it's over 1,000 square feet of development area, it requires a site development permit.
I see.
Or if it's taller than 6 feet.
Chair Indica, would it be okay for me to show a couple of slides that illuminate the questions that I have for Jeremy?
Yeah, remember, we still have to get to the applicant and we have to get the public hearing. So
I do know, and the reason I'm doing this now is this is the only time that I can get the questions I have answered about what is being proposed.
okay, keep it to questions. Thank you.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to do. Okay, let's see, I can say share screen. Please tell me if you're seeing this.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the southwest corner. And I'm sorry this isn't in the same orientation. I tried to keep north going up. But this is that corner where there's the emergency access easement. And I would like to confirm that these green lines are what we're talking about here. This is very similar to the drawing that you just presented, Jeremy, but there's a few key differences and I want to confirm these. So for example, there's no fencing going down here near the pathway, correct?
Sorry, I was muted.
I'm sorry.
They are showing proposed fencing in along this southerly property line to replace the existing 5-foot wire fence. So they're going to replace it with a 6-foot wire fence. But of course, they do need to keep the easement clear as you've shown here.
So this leads me to a kind of a major question, which is that you and I, and we are all drawing lines where we expect the fences to be, but have we reconciled that with the proponent yet? Or does the applicant think that he's putting the fence along this thin line? Oops. I'm sorry. Let's do that again. Are you able to see it now?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not in slideshow share, but it's just in the regular share.
This might actually be better because I can make a change here and there. So there's this thin line here, which is 10 feet or 20 feet outside of the property line because there's a pathway easement right there. But he's got a solid line going down here on his property line. Does he think he's putting a fence on the property line? Or does he think he's putting the fence on this thin line outside of the pathway easement? Or does he think he's putting a fence on this green line outside of both the pathway easement and the emergency access easement?
So I'm going to read from the plan that was provided. Install 6-foot wire fence with metal posts, 10 feet existing fan pathway from property line to prevent any encroachment. Regardless of what's written here, they do need to keep all easements clear. So again, as shown here, this is what they will have to install. If they install anything that doesn't conform to this requirement to keep easements clear, it would need to be removed and fixed.
Okay, I think I understand that distinction, and let me move on because I have a number of these. Up here in this area, the fence doesn't actually go straight the way they have it drawn. This is a Google map photo overlaid with the plans. It actually jogs in and out, probably to give this home here a little bit more of a backyard. But the plan says that the fence is going to go straight here. At the same time, it says it's not going to make any changes along these lines. What do we think is going to happen over here?
So that's again, probably just a drafting error rather than doing the two, rather than doing the two turns, they've decided to just run it straight. In any case, they aren't proposing any changes in that location.
So what you just said conflicts with each other. If they're not going to do any changes in here, it is going to have the jog, right?
Yeah, so in fact, if you don't mind, I don't
Sure.
want to, oh, never mind. I can't share while you're sharing.
I can stop.
Oh.
There we go. Stop.
So I've opened up in our Laserfiche this fence permit. So this is actually a fence application for a property at 14297 Saddle Mountain Drive. And they actually proposed this jog here, and it was approved by staff in what appears to be 1999.
Outside of their property line?
Correct. The applicants appear to be both the TAMs and the Fenwicks. So I think both property owners were okay with this application, and it was approved as such.
Is that the equivalent of an easement?
Whether or not they granted each other an easement would be a private matter. It may or may not show on grant deeds. It did not appear to show up on the deed provided by the applicant. And so there is no easement, but this is the existing fence configuration at that section of the property.
And the new owner will have to, honor this? Or can they say that, oh, I don't agree and I want to change the fence line?
That would be a civil issue. I don't know if this is binding, right? An approval from the town of Los Altos Hills. I don't know if this is a binding thing that the new property owner, Sea Landing LP, needs to honor because they are not the Fenwicks, right? So,
Well, but the point is to what Jim is saying, what are they proposing? Are they proposing to change this fence or are they just saying leave it as is?
so after
It's
questions
not
for
very
staff,
clear, right?
after questions for staff, you can ask the applicant, but
Yeah,
based on the plans, they aren't proposing changes in this black chain link fencing at the
Okay.
southwesterly corner.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind, I'm going to go back to mine. I have
Yeah.
a handful more of these little situations that I like to clarify so that I can understand what it is that's being proposed here. Let me. Okay, this is in the northwest corner. I think you drew it like this. And I think you're saying that they have to be free and clear of this Persima Hills easement. So you must have found that you were not allowed to put fences on the Persima Hills easements like this. And so you're expecting it to look like this. Sorry. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's cleaner, but basically, I looked at the owner certificate and it's not clear what it means, but it does state that public utility structures and legal fencing is allowed in the Persima Hills Water District easements only. But I don't know if that's referring to Persima Hills fences or in structures, or if the applicant can propose new fences or structures. So for clarity, we've basically just said, or for simplicity, we've said that all easements need to be kept free and clear of.
And the existing fences that they have along here would go, and then there'd be this little jog of new thing. And this area is hyper important now. This is a gap between what you have as the blue fence and the end of their fence. It's the only spot wildlife could get through. Are we confident that this gap is going to exist?
It does exist. So all of the easements were recorded, save for that 25-foot ingress egress easement. But all of the easements that are shown as proposed on the map are actually recorded. Unfortunately, the engineers at the time recorded the tentative map, which showed everything as proposed. They should have come back to the town with a final map, basically removing proposed from everything. At any case, these easements were recorded. They did appear on the applicant's title. So this exists. So right here, it's 40 feet wide. It needs to be kept clear.
Okay, so, and if this blue fence gets taken out, the applicant may choose to come back and put another fence right here.
They could do that. In fact, that's how staff showed it back in, I want to say October and August, prior to them removing fencing on the northerly and easterly property lines.
Okay, I think I understand that. I have one more area. This is the front area. And what you showed was a red line going all the way across here and all the way up along the Elena side there. But this is a pedestrian equestrian easement right here. Doesn't this have to be free and clear all the way to Elena?
Yeah, so I showed in red going across the frontage, across that 60-foot easement. That's that's incorrect. It should be stopping where you show it here. Because again, the neighbors have rights to these 60 feet. The lot 1 and parcel 1 have rights to these 60 feet.
So that is a hyper important point here.
Correct.
that-
Fencing as conditioned needs to clear these easements. And so how I showed it in my my diagram was incorrect. How you are showing it here is correct.
In a couple, sorry, go ahead.
I will state that the equestrian and pedestrian easement does not go into that 60-foot driveway easement. So that's a drafting error on the applicant's part. The pedestrian and equestrian easements are only along the property lines, not within the property itself.
I'm sorry, you're saying that this message here should not have been there?
Correct. That is a drafting error.
Well, there are no pedestrian or equestrian easements alongside this driveway right of way
Yeah,
up to parcel 1.
correct. Alongside and within that 60-foot driveway easement, there is no pedestrian and equestrian easement.
I see, but also a drafting error. This gate, that doesn't make sense because the whole thing has to be fenced. There'd be a fence on the left side of the 60 feet and the right side of the 60 feet, and it would go all the way out to Elena. And then there's a question of, I'm sure they would like to put a gate here. And I think the staff's position here is that since this is a private easement, that there is no right to put a columns or a gate there.
That is correct. Within the easement area itself, it needs to be kept free and clear. So that way, anyone who has rights or title to that easement can freely move through it. Supposing parcel 1, redevelops and the fire department asks for a 14-foot wide driveway, 20-foot wide driveway, whatever, they have 60 feet to put in those improvements. And so anything in those improvements, anything in those easements would not be allowed except for driveways, basically.
Okay, and the last point I'd like to make is that what that means is that there's a small 20-foot section here that wildlife could get through down to Elena. And correspondingly in the center where we have that Y-shaped thing, this too must stop at the 20-foot edge so that wildlife could get through to there, meaning that there would be a way for a modest amount of wildlife to get from the northwest corner to the southeast corner. Is that your understanding?
Correct, except for it's, as shown here, it's 40 feet.
You mean here it's 40 feet?
Correct. So it's 20 feet at the southeasterly corner, the previous slide. It's 40 feet here, and then it's 40 feet at the northwesterly corner.
I see. I thank you and everyone's indulgence to answer those questions.
I have a question for you, Jim. Can you go back to the very first slide you showed with the colors? Yeah, that one there. Perfect. So only question I have down here in that little horse corral area down there where you've got the green and the yellow, I have a picture basically showing that from that yellow line where it intersects with the green line on the left side, other side, right there, going straight down, that there is no black chain link fence from that point going down. It's mainly just wire fence, like, for the corral.
Yeah, and I think it goes all the way down to here.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because the black chain link fence basically goes where you've got that yellow line, and then it goes up on the green line to on the left, and then it goes off with a 45-degree angle on the right with that green line. That's where the black chain link fence is existing right now.
I'd like to just make a point. This is the Google photo, and you can see that where the plan drawing has lines of existing fences doesn't match at all what's really happening on the property. But I'm choosing to ignore all of that.
Right, and this is a question time. Okay, we'll get to,
Yes, that's right.
this is question time. Okay.
I just had this up, so I wanted to make
No,
that
thank you. You
comment.
know what? This helped to highlight your questions. Anybody else have questions here for staff report before we move on? Okay. So at this point, if we have no more questions for staff at this particular time, now it's time, did we ask the applicant to make, or the applicant representative to make their presentation, and to please keep it at 15 minutes allocated to you. So welcome.
Good evening.
Good
Again,
evening.
my name is Stephen Paul. I represent Sea Landings. You all know this project probably better than I do at this juncture. I've reviewed the staff report. I've also reviewed the proposed conditions of approval. I prepared and submitted a letter dated February 11th to you all, and I see it was in the staff report. I also attached the letter of Steve Mattis, his memo of February 1st, 2002. Specifically, I would direct your attention to page 2 of that memo to the city. And this relates to easements. Finally, I sent an email this morning where instead of giving our proposed modifications to the conditions of approval orally, I felt it would be better to put them in writing in a red line fashion. And that was forwarded, hopefully, to you. No one mentioned that they received it, however. Additionally, there were 2 letters that were not in staff's packet. And that was from the Santa Clara County Farm Bureau, as well as an additional letter. I hope that was reviewed. We have reviewed all 118 fence permits the town has received or provided to us. This is the first and only one that's ever garnered Planning Commission review. And as far as the fence to the north, it is not on Sea Landings property. I would direct staff, and again, staff's records, and I can indicate that they're not very good. I would direct staff to their June 18th, 2002 approval through the planning department for a fence at 27580 Tascadero Road. It's the SDP permit 5702 ZP. And, but that's not on our property. And one of the concerns in terms of the desire to have wildlife run through this property, we can do it 2 ways. We can either do the self-closing fence gates. Alternatively, we can move the fencing in to the inside of the easement and thereby create along the 280 corridor and along the north corridor an opportunity for animals or wildlife to get caught in between fencing by putting fencing on the inside of the easement. And I don't think that's, I think it's aesthetically pretty ugly. I don't think it's good for wildlife. And it certainly is not desirous. But if that's what the commission wants, the intent is we have to fence the property for the purpose of the farming activities that the ownership wants to do. And with that, I'll answer any questions that the commission asked.
Any questions there for the applicant representation? I do have one question. Can you state again the 2002 north fence application? I mean,
27580 Tascadero Road. It's permit 5702 ZP. And it was approved by the planning, not by the commission, but I'm looking at the letter from Debbie Pedro, if everyone remembers her. And it was approved by the commission, by the planning department on June 18th, 2002. And my letter that I'm looking at from our records is December 16th, 2002. And it was a fence permit application. So apparently it was not even part of the site development, although the SDP certainly says it's a site development permit.
And yes, we did not receive your adjustments, corrections, whatever to the conditions of approval.
I'm disappointed in staff.
You
They've done
sent them today?
I sent them at 5:35 this morning, and I think I sent it again to Jeremy at about 6:15 or 6:20.
Still, that's a pretty short timeline, Mr. Paul.
Well, you noted you got letters, because I didn't get them. You're making reference to letters you got today, and apparently that's dated today.
I'm certainly not.
I'm
Anyway, I do have a question for you. I think I heard the contention that should the town continue its practice of making sure all easements are free and clear and not utilizing things like self-closing fences, that the applicants would instead put another band of fencing along the northern side and the eastern side. Is that your position?
I believe that would be the only, to garner the needs of the applicant, that'd be the only alternative. So you would be basically creating in some parts, I apologize, I'm looking away because I'm looking at the plans, you'd be creating a 20-foot runway, and at some parts a 40-foot runway.
You recognize that that's very close to what the Packard folks did to put a wildlife friendly fence on the perimeter, but then put 6-foot fences around the areas where they wanted to do agriculture. But that's not what you're describing. Is that correct?
That's not what I'm describing.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you for that. Now we'll have a chance for the members of the public to provide their comments. And please restrict your comments to 3 minutes. Please raise your hand in Zoom or place a chat message and someone will assist you. And Cody, when you have the moment. I see a couple of hands up.
First member is Mike Grady.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Mike. Mike, if you see you're on mute, if you can unmute yourself, that would be wonderful. There we go.
Can you hear me? All right, sorry. Thank you, commissioners. Just wanted to point out, as I did in the letter that hopefully you all received, the same owners, Sophia Wang, who put up what I was told by staff was an unpermitted fence, including a fence within a conservation easement granted by Sophia Wang. Sophia Wang is in the various corporate filings for the owners of Sea Landing. It's the same owners. And I don't appreciate staff's punting issues of civil matters to citizens to enforce compliance with the laws and regulations, saying that, well, if they, submit a plan that is not accurate and staff says, well, let's approve this plan, but say you got to stay out of the easements. It's up to me to police that they've stayed out of the easements. They should submit a plan showing what's permitted and not put the onus on neighbors to police it. They've already shown themselves to be untrustworthy and repeatedly putting up illegal, unpermitted fences, bare wire strands between fence posts, clearly prohibited. Mr. Paul told me in my first conversation with him that no fence permit was needed at all. Mr. Paul said in his latest letter that he referred to that there are no swales on the property. They've submitted on their application the assertion that 100% of this property is going to be dedicated to planting agriculture. Anybody familiar with the property would know that that is a blatant falsehood. The reference to the Santa Clara land people about the Williamson Act, after I saw that letter at the last hearing, I spoke to them and They admitted they had never visited the property. They have no familiarity whatsoever with the property and whether it is suitable for planting on all 42 acres. They just said, well, we just believe that farmers should be able to do whatever the hell they want to on the property and fence it out. I would submit that there's a well-established wildlife corridor throughout this property and extending over to Cross Saddle Mountain Drive, and the town's policies and ordinances reflect the protection of wildlife in our town. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Mr. Grady, may I ask a question? Can you bring
Yeah.
him?
Yeah,
back
he's
for
back
that?
on. Yeah, there he is.
Okay. Do you see this, this view here?
Yes.
Just a moment, I'm getting some overlays. This is the proposed development overlaid on top of the master pathway plan. And you can see on the right-hand side by the freeway, there's a pathway all the way along there. On the northern side, there's a path along the way there. On the northwest corner, I believe that's your property, 14313.
That is correct. And I would also note that notwithstanding Mr. Paul's letter that they submitted an accurate map, if you compare this with the map that they submitted, my property is not listed on there. I don't know if they're purposely trying to exclude me and say I have no dog in this fight, but yeah, I have a good 100 feet or more of that northwestern property line adjoining the Sea Landing property.
I see. Well, my question has to do with these green lines. There are arrows in all the four corners, and having spent time on the pathway committee myself, I can tell you that that means that this whole area will be at some point up for review for putting pathways in the whole 40 acres. It just wasn't determined at that time. And so these are placeholders for that. But in order to get to this northwest corner from Saddle Mountain Drive, we would walk between your property and your neighbors, turn right between your property and then the Twin Oaks property, and then get to that corner. Do you have any idea what the status is of the easements for those two little segments there abutting your property?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Nope, no trouble. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. All right, moving on to the next public speaker. I see we have Mr. Charlie Bronetsky. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Welcome again to Groundhog Day. This is our fourth time covering this exact same issue, and I don't see all that much has changed. There's additional information on the drawing submitted. It's not a survey. It contains significant errors, assertions of things being permitted that are not, assertions of locations of fences that are simply incorrect, assertions of law with regards to being able to put gates in places. And by the way, the third gate would not affect my client, but it's up a little further towards lot one. There's 3 spaces on that draft that say a gate. And so that's, I apologize for the confusion there. There would still be 2 gates for my clients would have to pass through. But we used to have a saying, I don't know, I grew up back east, it was called the spite fence. So, you know, your neighbor would do something that make you really mad. You'd put up the ugliest, nastiest fence just to spite them, right? And so I don't see anything about this that is anything other than that. What is the sudden need for fencing on both sides of this, of the right of way? And again, I disagree respectfully with Jeremy. It was recorded as a private right of way, and the municipal code says you have to be 45 feet from the center line of a private right of way. And so therefore, those fences would have to be another 15 feet away from where they are. But just imagine 2 6-foot fences within that easement and then 6-foot fence completely surrounding my client's property where the applicant wants to put a gate to that. Certainly wildly inconsistent with the rural nature of the town of Los Altos Hills. As I pointed out in my letter, and I pointed out in the prior meetings, that's the overall purpose of the fencing. The fencing is because when you have a house and maybe you have kids and a dog or something like that, you want to protect them. But pretty much the purpose of your overall purpose of your municipal code is to maintain a rural feel for your town. And this does anything but that. Frankly, this is a travesty. You've asked for a number of things 3 times. We're back here for the third continued hearing, and you still don't have any of it. So again, I would ask you to do just what you did last time and say, come back with information that's accurate, information that addresses all of the issues, information that addresses the rights of the adjacent parcels. Thank you for your time.
You know, I do have a quick question for you as well, from what you submitted to us in our packets here in your letter. I have a question about the survey that was conducted by, I guess, your civil engineers versus the surveys that are existing out there that are being utilized. I see that the existing driveway of parcel 1 is skewed off above where the easement connection is to the 60-foot driveway. Is that, am I seeing this correctly?
That's correct. There's from the legal description, there's no connection between the driveway and the easement, which is a problem. Problem I tried to address directly with Mr. Paul earlier and got nowhere with it. And that's why his drawings are submitted by an architect, they're not by a licensed surveyor, and they're inaccurate. And that creates an additional problem for my client, is that whole dispute needs to be corrected before they put a fence somewhere. What's exactly where the lines are? Where's the fence going to go? You know, having that all being put back on us as private residents, I think is unfair.
So right now, given the fence applicant, it looks like the fence will go right across the driveway, cutting off your access to the ingress and egress 60-foot, sounds like.
Exactly. That's exactly the problem. It would be just a fence straight across.
All right, okay, I just want to understand this. It's complicated. That's what I can definitely see. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next public speaker is Kit Gordon. Welcome, Kit.
Hello, Commission. I'd like to bring your attention to the Open Space Committee report from October, I believe it is, from last year. And in that report, and as has been shown in some of these hearings, the wildlife corridor suggested map for the town shows a wildlife corridor going through here. I recommend that the Commission adopts that map for this property, since there is ample evidence of wildlife passing through this property. Also, with the open space conservation area, it implies that there is conservation potential here. And so I urge the Commission to designate that, as shown on the wildlife corridor map, designate a wildlife corridor through here. I also want to bring up the attention of swales, headwater streams. According to the Eco Atlas, which was shown previously, there are 3 headwater streams on this property. However, if you look at the property map that Commissioner Washura showed at the last hearing, there's an old topography map that does show 5 swales or headwater streams on this property. And whether or not those headwater streams require protection has nothing to do with any map that the town has. It has to do with whether there is a defined bank. And I'd like to remind the Commission of the Natoma Oak subdivision. There was 1 headwater stream on that property, and there was a question of whether or not that was jurisdictional. And the Army Corps of Engineers came out and confirmed that a section of that headwater stream was jurisdictional. And it turned out to be jurisdictional when the slope increased to greater than 30%. There's definitely headwater streams on this property with slopes greater than 30%. And it's imperative that we view that to see if there are defined banks. And if there are, then they would be protected by state and federal entities. And what was my other point? And we have many general plan references for the protection of wildlife corridors, swales, waterways, and unstable geology. Oh, I recommend that no native trees be allowed to be removed from the area of land instability as shown on our town's geologic hazard map. Thank you.
Thank you, Kit. Okay, our next speaker I see is Sue Welsh. Welcome, Sue.
Okay, we still do not have a clear, solid map of where the applicant will put the fences. We've heard that there's numerous inconsistencies, and based on the prior behaviors, I suspect that the applicants are going to do whatever they want. So we must require a final, complete map before any decisions are made. The town's been asking and asking for this, and the applicant still has not provided it. Further, I'd say we do not allow approval or any new fencing until all the unpermitted fencing has been removed. Again, the town's been asking and asking, and the applicant just refuses to do it. Regarding the fence along the northern border, it appears that the same owner owns both those parcels. So getting that unpermitted fence removed, if it is unpermitted, should be less of a problem. And also, contrary to assertions in the letters from the applicants that probably have never even seen the property, perimeter fencing is not mandatory for managing a working farm on this parcel under the Williamson Act. The owners can easily meet contractual obligations by limiting fencing areas, limiting fencing to areas that are suitable for agriculture. A perimeter fence is not needed. We all know the western part of the parcel is very steep. It's totally unsuitable for agriculture. It doesn't need to be fenced. The fact that it can't be fenced or cultivated doesn't disqualify the parcel from a Williamson Act contract. On a parcel of at least 40 acres, only 60% of the land is required to be in agricultural production. The other 40% can be in, quote, compatible uses, which includes open space. So no perimeter fencing is required in order to have the Williamson Act. The other thing is the owners claim that they will retain, quote, retain all the existing trees on the site. Retaining just the trees isn't sufficient. They have to retain all the vegetation on those steeply sloped areas. It's just the town regulations would never allow those steep, heavily vegetated slopes and ravines to be cleared for agricultural use. Let's see. There's also a comment in the Williamson Act agreement that states the provisions of this contract are not intended to limit or supersede planning and zoning powers of the town. LAH planning and zoning powers would not allow clearing or development on the steep slopes or the drainage ravines. Let's see, I have one other point. I think Kit brought this up. It's a water course. If a water course has a bed, banks, and an ordinary high water mark, it's a creek, even if it's not on the town map. I think we've told this.
Oops, sorry, Sue, you ran over. But I think we got the gist of it. You gave us a very good letter. Thank you so much for your letter today. And also, like I said, I think Kit and you have hit a couple of major highlights. Thank you. Okay, the next person we have is Mr. George Perlegos. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi. This is George Perlegos. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I agree with Jim and I agree with the previous property owner that was just there, that there must be a clear map of where they want to put the fence. So, you know, I spent a whole day trying to read this application. And as far as I'm concerned, I know what Jim presented, I know what Jeremy presented. What I read in here, it shows that they are going to put a fence right in the middle of the easement, going all the way up to parcel 1, and then they are going to put a fence inside a 30-foot easement. There's a 25-foot fence. That's what it shows there. And I know we have a 30-foot easement going from parcel 1 to our lot 1. And we have a 30-foot easement going all the way down to Elena Road. So I tried to show in my presentation to the commission where the 60-foot easement is and where the easement for parcel 1 was long time ago. And it was supposed to be removed and replaced with a 60-foot easement. But apparently it has a problem. It's not connecting to their driveway. So that's a big issue. So we have a problem that the applicant's presentation or shows that the fence goes right in the middle of the easement. And there's a gate right in the middle of the easement. I know Jim tried to move it to the side, but it's in their plan, it's not. It's right in the middle of the easement. Okay, then the next thing is I tried to show you a map which was recorded in 1985 that shows thousands and thousands, not thousands, but many, many animal pathways in this property. Then the next one map shows that the applicant is saying that there were no swells in this property. There's many, many swells, and I identified one in that topographical map. And the next map shows that the applicant is saying that they cannot figure out where the new fences are and that they all existing permitted fences. It's very clear, all the neighbors know it, and that's why we are here. The applicant placed many unpermitted fences, which might have been okay, but they are not to code. And that's the biggest problem that everybody is complaining about. And that these fences are blocking all the animals from coming.
Oops, I apologize to Mr. Perlegos, but time ran out. Is there any other? Oh, we have another public speaker, Lisa Brito. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I've already spoken on this. I'm definitely against the fence overall, but I did want to add one point of clarification. Sorry, at previous meetings, I mean. There was a question on the easements of the adjacent pathway that would connect to Saddle Mountain. So there is there's an existing pathway easement going on the north-south line, but not on the east-west line of adjacent properties. There are easements that actually connect down to Arrestradero, but directly, but I think those are not on the master path plan. That was a prior path. Those are in place. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much. Do we have any more public speakers out there?
No.
Okay, thank you so much, Cody, for coordinating all that. All right, seeing no one else from the public, now I'll ask the applicant to provide any response to the comments from the public or any other discussion so far. Please restrict the response to 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Paul.
I think listening to everyone's comments, I think we've pretty much exhausted this topic. I think no new information has been provided. The topographical map, the prior proposed subdivision, which provided the topographical map, provide all the information you needed. I think it's just entitled for an up and down vote. I don't know you'll get any additional information that we can provide that will satisfy you. So with that, we'll submit and ask for an up or down vote on this.
So I had a question for you, Mr. Paul.
Sure.
Based on what you heard from others regarding wildlife, regarding swales, regarding fences, whatever, you have no comments, or you would like to refute any of those statements?
Well, the issue of conservation easements, the issues of garnering fencing through wildlife corridors, it's all a wonderful topic for a site development permit. It's not appropriate for a fence permit. And so while I may agree or disagree, I don't think it's appropriate for this discussion. And I made that, and I respectfully disagree, and I respect people who may have a different opinion.
What about swales?
Same concept.
Okay, so that's your view. Thank you.
One area though, Mr. Paul, I think is squarely in the realm of fencing. And it has to do with keeping the fences out of easement areas. And you had a proposal of using self-closing gates and for having a status of something that's called closed until constructed. Can you defend that in any way? I mean, I'm not familiar with any thing that we've ever done that would support that.
Well, there's, first of all, not all easements are created equal. A pathway easement's different than a public utility easement. The proposed future public utility easements that are on the west side of the property, primarily going to Purisima Hills Water District, you, just like a PG&E easement, you can fence that easement, but you need to be able to provide access to the utility. And in both those areas, we have gates planned for access to the public utility. As far as the pathway easement, it was Mr. Mattis actually who brought that up. And the memo that's attached to my letter of February 11th indicates that based on his analysis and the case law that he looked at, and I shepherdized it, meaning I followed the cases forward to see if anything had happened in the last 20 years, and no changes occurred. The right to use a pathway does not ripen until the pathway is approved. And so for that reason, that's why I put on the map self-closing gates if and when the pathways are improved, but they are closed until the pathway is improved. And again, I'm relying on the town and city attorney.
A moment ago, you commented you did that.
Well, no, when I say I did that, I directed that to be done. I didn't create the map. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
Any more questions here for our applicant? All right, well, thank you. And moving on now, I'll ask the commissioners here. I guess at this point, I will close the public hearing if we have no more questions here we'll continue questioning staff, but at this point, I'll close the public hearing. And who would like to start this discussion?
I just have a question for staff.
Okay, yes.
Apologies.
And also staff. Okay, go ahead, Jeremy.
Before the commission begins their discussion, I would like to note that thankfully, because Mr. Paul provided that address, I was able to find the fence permit. It's file number 57-02ZP. For whatever reason, it did not show up in our permit tracking software, but I did find it in Laserfiche. It's odd that it was recorded on it's added to the Arrastradero address when it's done post subdivision, but I can actually show you that fence. And so I apologize to Mr. Grady or any any neighbors who I might have mischaracterized the fencing, but this is in fact approved. This is Debbie Pedro's signature, former planner with the town. So we did in fact approve a wired fence for portions of this northerly property line, as well as a redwood fence. Of course, wired fencing is less obstructive than a redwood fence. So if the redwood fence was never installed, then and just wired fencing was installed, that would also be acceptable to staff if we were to have inspected it back then. So apologies to all parties, but there was in fact a fence approval for what would have been the property pre-subdivision. And so that's probably where the confusion was, at least in my research. So thank you, Mr. Paul, for providing that address. And that's
question, Jeremy. So do you believe this fence permit was for the present property or the subdivision next to it?
So it was for the subdivision next to it, and it was filed under the address of the original parcel pre-subdivision. So that would be that Arrastradero address 27580.
Okay, and so as Mr. Paul mentioned, this fence is not on their property. It would be on the properties of the people on Twin Oaks.
That's correct. Let me just show it again. The plans appear to indicate that the fence is several inches to a foot off the property line. So that would indicate that it is within the properties to the north of the subject property. Of course, if it was installed incorrectly, then the two owners could resolve that. But it is our understanding that this fencing is only for the subdivision above.
Okay, thank you.
Jeremy, a quick question. Are you aware of any situations where we allow the concept of a self-closing gate to provide access to a pathway or equestrian easement?
So I am not aware of any situation like that. It's possible that there might be some in town, but that would need approval from our Pathways Committee and or the City Council, because of course the easements are dedicated to the town. And so these are the town's easements. We would need to approve it.
Well, having sat on the Pathway Committee myself, I know that any kind of obstruction was always addressed with some kind of a remedy immediately as soon as they were detected. So I don't believe that's the case. Thank you.
Yeah, and you know, there was actually one other fence application that did go to commission back in 2017. That's the large property off of Roblita. I'm not sure if anyone remembers that one, but there is an application there that went to PC.
And there were 3 public hearings for that fence permit.
Off of Roblita.
Yeah, 12950.
Roblita, 12950 Roblita. And I think Commissioner Caperas was on the PC at that time.
You're muted.
Yes, I was. That there was approximately 12 acres. It was a similar situation here in that they wanted to ring fence it. And we prevailed upon them to make it wildlife friendly. And a number of other issues. We also had a swale with the headwater running through it. In that case, the fence was going across the swale rather than down the swale. And they accommodated that. It was a very interesting property for a number of reasons. It is surrounded by cameras on long poles, and the owner is unknown. Everything was handled through an intermediary company in San Francisco.
When you say they accommodated it, you mean we asked for things and they said yes?
Yes. I'm simplifying it, but let's say we came to a mutual agreement. I mean, they gave, it truly wasn't, it wasn't that we came in and said we want X and they granted all of X. No, it was more, we agreed that the wildlife friendly should be every so often down the fence. There are parts of the fencing that are not permeable and parts that are, but we accommodated the wildlife passage through there. Their main concern was horses getting out, not deer getting in.
All righty.
Indigo, if I may, I think that it would be helpful following Vice Chair Wisher's question to Jeremy that I provide a little bit of clarification on one issue because I don't believe this has been brought up with the commission. The applicant's attorney, Mr. Paul, mentions a memo from the city attorney discussing the use of pathway easements by the public. I just want you to know that the issues discussed in that memo is really relating to if the town receives an easement from dedicated by a property owner, whether or not the town's has an obligation to immediately begin to improve that pathway or to construct a pathway, and whether the public has an immediate right to use a pathway if it's unimproved or if it's once improved or it remains unimproved. That is different from the right of an easement holder to keep the easement open and unobstructed as noted on the dedication documents. So that is a slight difference. The town is the holder of the pathway easements. So that right is slightly different as to whether the public can immediately use an unimproved segment of an easement for a pathway. So I wanted to provide that for clarification.
Thank you very much. That's precisely what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire, for hopping in. You're very welcome to hop in anytime you want here to help keep us straight. So anyway, so now we're in the private hearing section of this thing. Would anybody, of course, we continue asking staff, also asking our attorney, Claire. Anybody wants to start this discussion? I mean, there's just so many pieces to this still.
I don't want to start it yet, but I do want to say one thing about this. This is such a wide-ranging subject. I kind of want to organize it top down. One of the first watershed questions is one of three options: continuing, denying, or accepting with some set of conditions. And I would like to I'd like to offer to lead a little conversation about those three options, regardless of what they flesh out to be. Because if we choose one of those three options, that may help us limit our conversations to just those things that pertain to that option.
I think I can chime in here. I think we have really just two choices. One is either deny with whatever reasons we wanted to list, or approve with whatever conditions we want to adjust, amend, given, within reason. So I think those are the only two. I don't think there is no continue at this point.
So let's just clarify for everyone listening, at least, that I personally agree with you, but I want to explain why not to continue. And that is that it seems to me we have heard everything we're going to hear. We have asked time and time again for more information. It didn't come, and it's not going to come. So I agree with you. Now we're down to whether we want to deny or whether we want to approve with some set of conditions. And when I look at those two choices, my own view is that regardless of which option we take, this is going to City Council. And so it kind of comes down to what we can do best for City Council. How can we provide them the best footing, the best information? My own sense is that if we just deny, then they're faced with an appeal for a denial. And if they, and they're not going to go and get into the details to say how to reverse the denial with all of these different conditions of approval. And we may end up that they would reverse the denial and accept everything that's written in these plans, which are pathetic. So my own sense is that given those three choices, and I'd love to get everyone's view on this, that the best option is to define a list of conditions that we can approve with, that we know are going to be appealed immediately to council, and that would give council at least the decision-making that we have done, all the analysis that we've put into this for a long time, to give them the best footing. So I'm curious what other people have to say about that subject.
Rajiv?
Okay, I can go next. I'm also along the same lines as what we heard from Jim. But let me put some more context. First, this is our 4th meeting. And over the 4 meetings, very little new information has dribbled from the applicant. There has been some new information, but minimal. And whatever information we've gotten is highly confusing. And we've got a wealth of information from others. When I say others, it's the neighbors, it's the commissioners, it's the staff, it's the residents of this town. So it's very clear to me that, as you mentioned, Jim, this is going to be appealed to town council. And it behooves us to provide them with as much information as we can to make a proper judgment over and above what we decide. And it is clear to me that we have to first let them know that the applicant, through poor data provided to us, has tried their level best to obfuscate the fencing proposal submitted and tried to make sure that people remain confused, and every time some new information comes up at the last moment. So this is very clear that I'd like town council to know about. Second, that given the limited information we've got from the applicant, I personally, and we can say if we all agree, that we commissioners decided to take data from other sources and use that to make our decision, since the applicant provided us very poor data. And finally, I think the better approach is not in continuing, not in denying, but going very systematically through the application and in fact do the applicant's job by looking at this fence segment by segment, piece by piece, and suggesting what we believe should be done, where the fences make sense, where they should not be allowed, what materials should be used, and so on.
Can I make a suggestion? Because I agree with you both. So what I did is I took the map and I labeled the map with A, B, C, so we can talk about this in an orderly fashion, because otherwise we're all, well, the northwest corner, the southwest corner, you know, there's so many pieces. If you could just kind of let me share screen and show you a map that I put with labels to help expedite what we want to cover.
Okay, Brigitte, I definitely do want to do that, but I'd love to stay at the 10,000 foot level first for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good enough.
Yeah, if I could just, I agree totally with Jim and Rajiv. I think it's a given that this is going to go to the council. Therefore, one of the things I have prepared for this evening. I wasn't intending to show any slides, but I have prepared a bunch of slides whose purpose is to convey to anybody who looks at the proceedings of this evening later what the thought process has been and how we got here. Because frankly, the town council do not have some of the background and the knowledge that planning commissioners implicitly have. I actually have included stuff in my slides that maybe some other planning commissioners would be interested in finding out about. So I intend to show my slides, but it's not necessarily to sway anybody this evening, but it is to educate other people who are going to have to come into this discussion fresh and not knowing some of the background. And it's only when you've been through 4 meetings, sometimes, that it dawns on you. The word obfuscate was used just now. I wrote it down because I used a different word, which I will explain later in my slide presentation. But it's sort of this, obfuscate is a very American word. I used a British word from classical British literature, and I'll leave it at that.
May I make a suggestion, Brigitte, because I think your series of slides is the kind of where the rubber meets the road. We're going to go through piece by piece and come up with the answers. So my suggestion for the group would be that we do that at the end, when after we've had the discussions at the higher level, so that the result of going through your slides is the final plan that we will put forth.
Yeah, all I was going to do is share one map where I labeled on one slide, only one slide, the sections A, B, D, C, it's all the way labeled so we could talk. So when it comes time to showing even picture slides, what part of the slide are we talking about?
Well, I would love to continue to stay kind of at a 10,000 foot level so that we have some philosophical decisions made that will influence the boots on the ground specific questions.
Well, let me ask this here, because I'm curious about Yitzi's presentation, because here it is also educating whoever watches this for the future hearings. Before we start with Yitzi, Ed, do you want to chime in before we start doing a sharing of screens here?
Side with what Jim has said. What we need to do is to provide the council with enough background information that they can make a rational decision. And I think one thing that we urgently need to do, since the owners have been totally unresponsive in providing additional information, I think we should make a listing of everything they should do before anything else can be done. There are a lot of fences to take down. There's a lot of particular construction that we've asked them to do that they haven't done. I think we need to put a hard requirement on them to do that so they can move forward with anything else. But I do agree with Jim that we need to look at the big picture and zero in as we get more information. I can't wait to see Litsy's slides here coming up soon.
Well, can I make a suggestion? First of all, Ed, we can barely hear you. When you speak, you're going to have to speak in directly into your microphone because it's like it's muddled.
Underwater.
Yeah.
Brigitte, I just have one of those 10,000 foot question watershed.
Can I just time out, Jim? Can I just get my 2 cents there real quickly? Following, since I did hear what Ed said, what we can also use, which I think is an excellent idea, is using staff's conditions of approval, Exhibit A, as a starting point also, as far as, our checklist, because a lot has already been put into the conditions of approval. And what we would be doing is massaging that as we go. But that's, I think, what Ed was getting at, we already have some very good, strong conditions of approval set forth by staff that should be our starting point. Okay, now go.
Well, one of the philosophical questions I have is that there's been a controversy over this being a fence permit, not a site development permit. And so, and predominantly the issues of wildlife preservation, wildlife corridors shouldn't be addressed now. They should be saved for a future site development when an open space easement can be dedicated. And so that is a kind of a fundamental question that I think we should figure out how we feel about this, because it will have a bearing on whether we put requirements now in to say these areas need to have wildlife permeable fencing, or whether it's okay to just have that little strip of pathway easement to let wildlife through for now, and to let the issue of wildlife and open space be saved for a future site development permit application.
And I'll tell you my feeling on this. My segment A, which I had on my map, which is the northwest corner up there where we have that, Mr. Grady's property, that's in that area. That to me clearly is a wildlife friendly fence, point blank. I mean, there is tons of evidence that we've all seen there. I sent pictures. Well, I had pictures from last hearing on that. And that to me, I feel very strongly about having a wildlife friendly fence. Currently, there is a wildlife friendly fence there, even though it's with very thin wire, which is not legal by any means. And there are trails already from this past couple of months here of just going all over there. So I really want that top area to be wildlife friendly. So that's my one comment for right now. Okay,
can I break in here?
Jim, let me address your question. I think fencing permits are the right time to talk about wildlife movements. Maybe they are not the right time to talk about open space easement, because open space easement goes with site development permit. But that does not mean that a fencing permit does not consider wildlife movement, because you can have wildlife friendly fencing. So fencing and wildlife movements go together, maybe not open space easement.
If I may.
Yes, you have to go.
I just heard words which said we could delay the problem of wildlife friendly fencing until site development and then put it in. Once you have destroyed a place ecologically, if let's say, just as a thought experiment, you close this whole thing off with hermetically seal it right now, and you leave it hermetically sealed for 20 years, and then you say, ha, now I'm going to put in wildlife friendly fencing. It's too damn late. You've already destroyed it. So to me, you either put in wildlife fencing right now, wildlife friendly fencing, and, I'm sure the Fenwicks were very cognizant of this, particularly she. And she must be horrified at what's happening. And for us to say now blandly, well, this isn't site development. We're going to put in wildlife hermetically sealed, and then we'll open it up later sometime, is complete. This is not planning. This is sticking one's head in the sand. And I would say, in my slides, I will point out where we have a perfect right now to put in wildlife permeable fencing, because it may be required not by Los Altos Hills, but by county authorities, state authorities, and or federal authorities. So for some small town thinkers here and saying, well, the town doesn't have the right ordinances is pretty much beside the point. We, Los Altos Hills, and I'm going forward on my slides now, have been told by Sacramento, you must. And we have, in fact, required in our general plan recognition of this very fact. And it's got nothing to do with whether there's an ordinance in place or not. We as a town, and we, right, the people in this room who are planning commissioners, have an obligation to protect the town from people who at the state level or the federal level might say, you haven't done your job. We have a job to do, and by God, I want to do it, but it's going to be the town council who has to do it. And I want to give them some of the knowledge on this matter. You heard earlier in this meeting a four-letter acronym. I'm willing to bet that most of the people in this room had no idea what was being talked about. I will describe it in my slides. And it's the criteria that's used by 3 federal agencies and at least 2 state agencies to decide what happens on this land, no matter what the town's ordinances say. So let's get on with it.
Yitzi, I just want to comment that I too would never hermetically seal this. That is not an option. My only thought was that if we opened up 40 feet on one side and 20 feet on another, that at least there would be a modicum of something there. And I don't like the idea either. And I'm looking forward to seeing your slides.
Yes, Yitzi, please share. You've got us all suspense.
Okay, I'm going to try and share this screen. I'm hoping I can see that now. And of course, there's another window. Okay.
Yeah, we see. Do you want to do it in slideshow mode, or which way do you want to do it?
I just went to big mode, and I'm on my main computer, but it's not.
I mean, this is good enough. I mean, if you can't put it in slideshow.
No, I think you see, I can change my slides, but you're not seeing it. So I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to try and share something else.
No, it was fine. We just saw your other slides on the side. That was all. There was no problem with it.
Yeah, but I couldn't move them. You just sure.
Oh, okay.
Let me try this.
Oh, there you go.
No, it won't move.
How about use your
All right.
arrow keys? Can you use
Let
your
me stop
arrow keys?
sharing and try share a different. Let's try this one. Does it move? Jesus.
Click on the left.
Well, okay. It's when I share screen, I've got a choice of something that says screen, Microsoft PowerPoint, PowerPoint slideshow, and Zoom Google. And I think
I typically do share screen. Let me see here because.
Okay, I'll try
Is
that.
it screen? Yeah.
Ah.
Yes.
I can move. Now, if I go to full screen.
Yes.
There you go. Yep,
Yeah,
you got it.
we've
Okay,
got
good.
it.
All right.
All right. I want to, this is broken down into 4 main issues. I want to talk about water, swales, courses, ephemeral and intermittent streams, and those 4 letters I mentioned earlier, OHWM. If you don't know what those mean, then you're already in trouble. Then I want to talk about wildlife corridors. Then I want to talk about something that the engineers, I'm sorry, I'm an engineer, called modus ponens. If you prefer easier Latin, it's called non sequitur. If you prefer English, it's known as a fallacy. And then I will try and summarize using the words now, therefore. Those are key words, listen for them. Swales, courses, I may be losing the top of the screen here, but the first topic is water. At the last meeting, Jim Washura presented this map. And what we see is, or at least what I see, is a section of hillside. It's about half of a, think of it as half of a plum pudding. It's all one side of a hill. And the word topology is used. And I've got an asterisk there for those of us who don't know what topology means. It's defined as the study of geometric properties and spatial relations unaffected by continuous change of shape or size of figures. That's what topology means, and we'll come back to that later. The average slope is well over 5%. If you're a hydrologist, this is important because it's around 5%. If the slope is less, that the water doesn't run off very well because the little bumps in the ground, you know, tufts of grass and ruts and so on, the water doesn't run off too fast. But as soon as it's over 5%, the water runs off pretty fast. Now, this rounded hillside, or half a hill, has got valleys on the sloped side. It's not a smooth, round orb like a plum pudding. It's got valleys in it. And the collective area of this whole thing, let's say it's about 50 acres. Now, given, for example, half an inch of rain, which we had about 6 or 8 weeks ago, what do you think might happen? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know what would happen. A map was submitted by the applicant, and the label on the map itself identifies it as a subdivision map. But it is referred to in the transmittal letter with the adjectives topographical and geotechnical. Well, I'll grant you it is topographical. It shows the contour lines, the shape. But to refer to it as geotechnical, and then based on that identification say, there are no swales or waterways either present on the property or flowing from the property, just defies, this is a head slapping moment. So on that transmittal letter, it, of course, the first few words are on page, at the end of page 1, and it supplied the map. And then it says, as you can ascertain from the geotechnical map, it's not a geotechnical map. At best, it's topographical. There are no swales or waterways. Now, if you don't know what a swale is, ask Google for a definition. And I got it at the bottom there, a low or a hollow place, especially a marshy depression between ridges. So much for that. If we look at the true situation, this is a map showing the major waterways around our area, as defined by those 4 letters we heard earlier. You'll find out what they mean in a moment. But top right, you have downtown Los Altos. If you can see my cursor, which I can't, oh, here it is. You see Highway 280 coming down here. And round about here must be the area we're interested in. And look at what we see. Let's zoom in. Oh my goodness, there's water running there. Oh, and by the way, the water collects and goes under 280 to join Deer Creek. That must mean there's serious water passing there. Otherwise, you wouldn't bother to have a tunnel under the freeway to let the water go there. So we go a little bit closer, and this is what we see. These are 3 of the swales. There were 5 shown on the previous map that Jim Washura provided. There are swales, there is water. And that's a very important point. There is water here, which means it comes under the jurisdiction of a number of people. But very interestingly, if you zoom in even further, the right-hand two tributaries join together, and not only do they cross the swale, they run right down what is known as the thalweg of the swale, the lowest point of the swale. There are certain authorities who would be very interested if you were to do something like build a fence there, which I understand has already happened. They could get pretty upset about that. They were in another case in town, and it took an awful lot of fixing to handle it. Those four letters, OHWM, original high water mark, defined as any areas within this OHWM. Oh, and the map you just saw with all those lines of water on it, those are the ones known to be within the OHWM, are regulated as waters of the United States and protected by the Clean Water Act. Any development, vegetation removal, stream bank modifications in this area may require permits from regulatory agencies, but in any case, whether they require permits or not, they will be mighty interested if you start messing around in them. Oh, and then there are some other agencies with a say in the matter. Valley Water, formerly known as the Santa Clara Valley Water District, and the town of Los Altos Hills. Switching to wildlife, that was my second major topic. Los Altos Hills has a general plan from which ordinances are derived. But general plan is broken down into goals and policies to meet those goals. I don't quote the whole thing, I don't want to read it all, but Conservation Policy 2.7 mentions environmentally sensitive areas that are rich in wildlife or of a fragile ecological nature. Maybe it's something to do with this we're talking about tonight. Conservation Program 2.5 talks about areas rich in wildlife or fragile ecological nature to ensure their protection. Conservation Goal 3 in the LAH General Plan. Program 3.3, assess the potential for development patterns to fragment and isolate significant wildlife habitats. That's in our general plan. Section 315, planning for, and I've got it in bold here, natural movement of wildlife, and so on and so forth. So it's definitely mentioned in our general plan. Now, I wonder why we did that. Well, we will find out. We have, in the past, contracted out to Live Oak Associates to figure out where our wildlife corridors are. Now, the map they were provided wasn't too clear. I've clarified it a little bit by shading in yellow where these actual corridors are. If you look on the other side of 280, you just see two yellow lines, and it's not really as apparent where the corridor is. But if you shade it in, it becomes, at least to my sense of thinking, much more apparent where these animals are traveling. And this is the northwest sector of our town. You can see 280 going down there. Let's zoom in a little bit. This is the property in question. So you see, it is absolutely critical that there be a section at the southern border and a section which already exists, I find out tonight, at the top left corner. Switching gears to the third main topic. I use the words modus ponens, which anybody who's worried about logic knows what that means. somebody who has a smattering of Latin may know what non sequitur means. And if you don't know what that means, let's just use the word fallacy. The two main arguments that brought us here today are, and I'm just characterizing it as shortly as possible I can. The property is under a Williamson Act agreement for agriculture. Now, therefore, now those are key words. It is my right to ring fence the property to protect the crops from marauding fauna. That's one of the fallacious arguments. The other one, the town of Los Altos Hills does not have any ordinance that requires permeable fencing around a Williamson Act property. Now, therefore, I cannot be required to install a fence. Only when it comes to site development can you make me do that. Both of these are fallacious. Let's change the slide slightly. The property under a Williamson Act agreement for agriculture, now therefore, and I give two conclusions, separate conclusions. The first one is what was presented to us. It is my right to ring fence the property to protect the crops. An alternative conclusion might be, I need to be allowed to protect the crops from marauding fauna by some method. Doesn't require ring fencing. The other fallacious argument, the town of Los Altos Hills does not have any ordinance that requires permeable fencing around Williamson Act property. Now, therefore, I cannot be required to install a fence that is wildlife permeable. An alternate conclusion might be, Los Altos Hills is not the only authority with a say in the matter. Just one example, the California State Office of Planning and Research, and I won't quote it here, but I'll give you a feeling for it. But before we do that, I just want to make clear that one way to protect crops without resorting to ring fencing, which was the fallacy in the first of those arguments, is by having permeable fencing all around the outside and particular fields of crops inside the property, each of those with a wildlife resistant crop perimeter fence. That's how pretty much everybody else does it. But the claim is they are going to put their crops in here for 100%. Well, we know they're not going to do that. Part of it's too steep, part of it's with oak trees, which they're going to keep. So there will be individual fields of crops, we think, if we believe they're actually going to plant crops. And if they do, they can ring fence those particular fields and protect them from the fauna. I just wanted to, as an aside, make sure everybody understood that there are alternatives. Somebody used the word obfuscate. I come from a background of which speaks the more of the original English, and they have a word called pettifogging. It's defined in the Oxford English Dictionary, and it has to do with what Americans sometimes call obfuscation or nitpicking. It comes from the term pettifoggery, meaning petty quibbling or legal chicanery, and it comes from the word pettifogger, first attested to in English in the mid-16th century. Now, why do I bring this up? We had two fallacious arguments. The property is under a Williamson Act agreement for agriculture. Now, therefore, it is my right to ring fence the property to protect the crops from marauding fauna, despite the specific absence of any words in any ordinance so stating. And in the second one, the town of Los Altos Hills does not have an ordinance that requires permeable fencing, blah, 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 blah. Now, therefore, I cannot be required to install a fence that is wildlife permeable due to the specific absence of any words in the ordinance so stating. Both of them are dependent on the absence of a word. But one of them is used to claim permission to do something in one case. In the other case, forbid something in another. Well, you can't have your cake and eat it. Either the absence of a word in a document allows you to do something, or it forbids you to do something. That is a classic case of nitpicking or pettifogging, whatever you want to call it. Now, I mentioned the higher authorities. That document that I gave the URL to, it's about 400 pages. And I have a screenshot here from the PDF, and I mark with red to protect environmental and agricultural resources by protecting, preserving, and enhancing the state's most valuable natural resources, including working landscapes that are, and the words wildlife habitats are in there. So the state is charging us to do something. State and federal law, and this again, I didn't write this text. This text is in a town document, requires the town to conserve and manage our local wildlife in the same way we conserve and manage other natural resources such as water and air. We are obligated by law to take steps to prevent negative impacts of development on wildlife. We, the planning commissioners, are at the sharp end of this. It's our job to make sure this happens. And there are different levels that this is required. Local, as required by the state. Two elements of the Los Altos Hills General Plan, conservation and open space and recreation, direct the town to consider and minimize the impact of development on wildlife habitat, corridors, etc. Then there's regional, I'm not going to read it all, and then there's, that's the county level, then there's the state level, and there's the federal level. So just because the Los Altos Hills ordinances state or do not state something, that is not the beginning and end of our job. I don't know how many people know of these documents, but the town has published in the past 3 documents for people to advise them of what they should be doing. They're called open space easements, creeks and riparian areas, and wildlife management. So this is my final slide. In summary, we have false arguments. Is it ignorance or is it willfully misleading? I'm not going to comment on that. I don't know. But we have a subdivision map. It's called topographical, which it is. Then it's called geotechnical. And from that, we conclude there's no water. Well, that's how strong that argument is. Fallacious arguments because of something, now therefore something else, which turns out not to be true. Pettifoggery, absence of a specific mention, can be used to require or deny at the will of the person wielding the argument. You can't have both. We have multiple letters from neighbors. If you read those letters that we received yesterday and today, they're not just critical, they're devastating. Input from 2 Los Altos Hills committees, major objections based on substantive issues beyond mere preferences, and multiple planning commissions resulting in feedback to the applicant, not just ignored, but resulting in even stronger reiteration of the same issues. I thank you for your attention. I'll give you the floor back.
Thank you, Yitzi. That was
Thank you, Yitzi.
good. background for having this on the recording for our video feed here. And I never heard of pettifoggery. Now I know.
I like the last slide. The summary was really good.
Yeah, no, I did. I took quite a bit of notes there. You see, very well done. Thank you so much for pulling that together. All right, so I think we're all on the same page. We want to preserve wildlife movement. I think from what I hear from everybody, I don't think anybody's against that, but. Uh-oh, Rajiv, you're on mute.
I would say that plus I strongly also feel about the waterway issues.
Well, I feel strongly about preserving that whole upper area because the slopes are over 30%. I actually kind of was perplexed by the proposed subdivision map that even was put together because you could never put lots up there ever. You can't build there. It's just, there's too much steep slopes, ravines, waterways, movement of wildlife. So
the interesting part is the subdivisions at least looked at the contour lines to draw the lines. If I look at the proposed new internal fence line which goes down towards 280, it goes straight into a ravine, which is really strange.
Yeah, well, we're going to ignore the subdivision lines because they don't mean anything because they're just, somebody was playing with pencil and pen and putting those out there.
Brigida, can we see your image there with the different sections?
Yeah, so I was going to suggest that, Brigida, whatever you have, we should overlay it with what Jeremy had shown as his last slide and the conditions of approval that he had. And between the three of them, we can come up with something.
Yeah, my thing was mainly just to help with the discussion. That's all. My only goal was to help make the discussion of this big piece of property easy by labeling it so we could refer it by labels instead of a northwest, this, that. Let me just show it to you and then you guys can figure out what if you want to use it. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna do the same thing that Yitzi did. I don't mess this up probably. Let's see. So my goal here was just to kind of give us labels, starting with A being the most critical one, this area. B to me was basically this whole area here. C was this area here. D was this area here. I had E is Caltrans. I put F was the northern boundary there. Then I went back in and here is G, that was the non-permitted fence they put in here in the middle of the property. And then we have H here, which doesn't even know if it lines up. According to Jim's slide, doesn't line up with what's on Google Maps. And this was I right here. This is J, which is non-existing because really J should go straight up. That's why I put that there. Then I also had the driveway easements, which was K, which is a 60-foot wide easement. And then I had L, which is a 30-foot wide easement. And I only did that to help facilitate discussion. So that was the only thought that I had. And I did go through and was trying to come up with what is it we really want to approve and maybe not approve here. I think everybody's on the same page as wanting to create good guidance for city council because we've put so many hundreds of hours of human time into this between all of us on the commission, our planning staff, all the neighbors, our committees. We have put in the man hours into this project. I think it's behooves us to try to figure out a good, strong message for city council to hear because this will go to them. So let me ask you this. Do you want me to stop screen share so we can see each other's faces or do you want to stare at this?
I'd love to stare at this for a moment.
Okay.
And I'm curious if it might be if we need to worry about the specific type of the fence, or if the first question is, where are we putting wildlife permeable fencing? For example, we could say that A is wildlife permeable. We could say that F is existing fence. That's the next door neighbor. There's really nothing to be done there.
Right.
E is similar, nothing to be done there. I'll try to get over to the left, but first, G, I think, needs to be wildlife friendly. There's an awful lot of terrain there, and we're trying to promote wildlife going from A all the way out to Elena. And now it gets a little bit tougher because there's H and I and L.
Well, Jim, can I just, so G, you said wildlife friendly. Now G, if you like, could be split into G1 and G2. G1 is near where the gate is, which may not need to be wildlife friendly, but G2, which is south of there, where the topographically it is steep terrain, should be wildlife friendly. So you could, what I was trying to say is you could further divide up these segments to a little bit finer detail too.
May I just show a screen then? Because I have this map on top of the topography map.
Yeah, I wish I could share this. We could share the files with each other and do multiple screen shares. But yeah, if you just I'll go back to this. Let me stop screen share so you can share. But at least you guys have a way for us to discuss with some semblance of, so we all know what we're talking.
Can you leave this on 1 minute? I'm going to write down the lettering on the map I have in front of me.
Yeah, I'm going to do my snip here and grab it.
B, C, D, E. Sorry about that.
No, I just, like I said, I was trying, it's funny how we all take off in our own different directions, trying to figure out how to clearly talk about this topic. I love Yitzi's approach. He came up with the 4 major bullets and went at it that way. I'm more just looked at the map and said, these are the things I could define out there that seem to be similar. So I don't know.
Okay, so I got it. A through
okay. F. And Jim, you got your snippet?
Yes, I got it.
And Yitzi, are you writing down the letters too? He's on mute. Yitzi, you're on mute. Yitzi, you're on mute if you're talking to us.
I'm frantically scribbling down, but I don't see a letter for that goes along 280.
Yeah, it's E. It's down here. E.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I ran out of colors. What can I say? You know, I'm not very creative.
I got it. I think I got the main DKG.
So, sorry, Chair Indigo, if I may.
Yes.
Yes. Hi. So I think if you're going to refer this map for conditions of approval, I've also taken a snapshot of it. So when you are ready to make any motion or any reference, we will have it for your reference to add those conditions or.
Great, thank you. And also just so everybody knows, because it's sky blue, this is J over here because I don't know how it appears to you on the screen, but that's J. And then I is these more aqua blues here. And then this green squiggly line is L for the 30-foot wide driveway easement. K was for the 60-foot wide driveway easement. And like I said, just to have us be able to talk about segments and in relation to everybody else's points there. So are you ready for me to take this down?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Jim, you want to share yours now? And
tell me if you can see this. Are you seeing the, unfortunately it's rotated because I kept north up there. Does everyone see it?
Yes.
Okay, so we were talking about G, which is this one.
Right.
And whether it, was participating in a lot of topography. And I would venture to say the answer to that is yes.
I
we-
agree. I
these are-
agree. Now that you see
Yeah,
top,
look-
I can agree with you. Yes.
And you can see that this route here, H, is also very steep. And this route, which is I, sorry, right here,
Okay.
is a little less steep. And over here, it's a little less steep. But the question then becomes, do we somehow avoid an island here, as Yitzi was describing, by putting permeable fencing along both sides of the driveway?
So
All right,
here's the way I look at it, right? In this map, if you were to only consider now for a minute wildlife movement, most of the wildlife movement would be on the top of the map in the north, yes, where your and then curving exactly where your cursor is curving. So if you were to think about it, apart from that curve, if G and H, the two fences G and H, were actually not wildlife friendly, you automatically have protected all the crops on this side for agriculture in one shot.
Except that the the G here is going to block your wildlife getting from this up here down to here.
Correct. So that is something we should resolve as to how far down G should go and what are the alternatives if they want to consider for disconnecting their agricultural area with the what we consider wildlife friendly. But the point is, I'm trying to come up with a solution where the wildlife has movements and at the same time you can protect agriculture.
My sense is the agriculture gets protected when these folks recognize Yitzi's drawing of putting fences around the agricultural sites, like the Packards did. And so my own sense is that this whole area needs to be wildlife friendly, and we still have an issue down here. Either we think that this is enough space for the wildlife to get through, or on either side of this driveway, somehow we need to let this get through. You notice we're still in quite a steep section here.
Yep.
Yep.
Park there, I've walked up. You know what? You're right. If you take, I like the idea that you were going with this, Jim. I like the idea of that movement from A all the way down to G. And keeping, maybe you can either keep a half of G or maybe 2/3 of G, get rid of the other third of G next to the Caltrain fence, and then going straight down, keeping that as a corridor for wildlife to exit the property. Because that's the thing that Jitsi showed on his, the whole, what was called Live Oaks Associates. They did the movement there.
Well, the Wildlife Associates, unfortunately, what it showed was in this area, everything was coming out kind of where the drive, right in it. Sorry, it backed up again. Right around here is where the wildlife was coming. And I think that a possible choice here would be to say, somehow funnel it all through here. This is still going to be about 70 feet, I'm guessing. Have this little section, which you call D, it's the very tail end of D,
right
before it reaches E, have that be wildlife permeable until it meets the driveway. I realize that that's not it's quite a funnel you're creating, but I don't like the idea of saying that this part of the driveway needs to be wildlife permeable, but the rest of the driveway doesn't have to.
I think a 70-foot corridor is not a funnel. It's pretty generous because if you look on the north corner, right, where Mr. Grady's property is there also it was a very narrow funnel. So
Well,
I'm
no,
saying-
no. What we're saying up here is,
No, not on this property, not on this property, but in that Wildlife Associates,
oh, I see, I see.
it was a narrow funnel coming from the top
Oh, from
into
Saddle
this
Mountain.
property.
Okay.
So the point I'm trying to make is 70 feet is adequate. So that's why my recommendation is in segment G, the last 40 feet should be wildlife friendly, because another 40 feet is the pathway easement. So it is going to be open. And then in D, the last segment from the corner of the property till the road's fence, driveway's fence should be wildlife friendly.
So
could I break in a moment? Are we trying to create a solution now?
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
My view is that there is no way we can go to the council without a solution which we can defend as to why we came up with that solution.
Right, because otherwise they don't, we have hundreds of man hours behind this between all our planning commission hearings, staff, committees, neighbors. If this goes to city council, they don't have the depth of the information we all have. So it's best that we come up with something. It's going to go up to them anyway, so don't worry.
Well, it's one thing to just reject something, and it's another one to go up with a proposed solution, which just lays it open to all kinds of objections. It's much easier to object and find fault with a proposed solution. I'm just cautioning you here.
Yeah, but you'd see, my worry is if we go with that approach, the council will come up with a solution which could be horrendous compared to what solution we might come up with.
Okay, all right.
Exactly. I think Rajiv, me and Jim, I think we're on the same page that we have to come up with something because, and we can make it really simple. We'll just say everything here on this property is wildlife friendly. If you want to be totally, but it's going to get pushed up to city council regardless.
No, I agree.
Yeah. So,
well, Rajiv, I think you and I differ on G. You feel that should be wildlife unpermeable, a 6-foot fence, but stop 40 feet from the Caltrain's fence.
No, from the pathway,
so
pathway easement. So it becomes 80 feet.
Yeah, it becomes an 80-foot opening, or 80-foot, excuse me, not opening, 80 feet of actually 40 feet of wildlife friendly fencing, and then 40 feet of opening because you do not want to put fencing in the pathway easement.
Correct.
I just don't understand why this area would be a 6-foot fence on a steep slope like that.
Well, the only reason I was saying that is because there is some areas which are not steep where maybe some agriculture can occur.
But to do the agriculture, for instance, over here, you might do agriculture.
Right.
It will require putting a fence around it.
Well, but G already exists, so why not leverage G? Why have another fence?
Because I don't think you can do agriculture on this steep slope.
Agreed. I agree there. I do agree there. But I was just trying to reduce the number of ring fences wherever possible. That's all. But I don't see a problem with that approach also. Because one way is to say that everything is wildlife friendly and protect your agriculture by ring fencing. That's a simpler way, right?
That's a real simple way. How about that?
Well, I'm almost there with you, but I do think that the idea of having a 6-foot fence along the street might be something that we could somehow support.
Which is D.
Yeah, which is deep setback from the street.
Yeah.
I mean, not right here where the wildlife corridor needs to be, but maybe along, starting with the driveway and going up here.
Well, can I? one suggestion though is getting back to Yitzi's, thing of basically, perimeter versus where you're trying to grow crops. Currently, all of D is basically open. It's open there, and the fencing that's a little bit there is really like 3 strands of wire amongst posts. There is no chain link fencing at all where D is. We could still say wildlife friendly fencing all along D, and if for any interior parts that they want to do crops, like they do with the Hewlett Packard Foundation or whatever you guys been talking about, create your little areas where you're going to have the crop growing internally there in the flatter areas. I don't know.
So can we take care of some of the non-controversial, for example, that segment on the north and Caltrans, there's no discussion, right?
Right.
Okay, what about now the segment which goes around lot 1? Do we have any thoughts on that?
There's a fence already there, but so I don't understand why they're basically proposing. I thought, where I have B, I call that whole area B. There's an existing link fence already where B is. That's why I kind of left it as B.
But when I saw Jeremy's map, some part of that B was existing fence and some part was proposed.
Right, and that's where I'm confused because I thought around lot 1 that was already existing, and maybe
regardless, do we have a view on it in terms of what type of fence it should be and whether that fence in that location is appropriate?
I think a 6-foot fence around the home is appropriate.
I would agree. Now, what type? Because
I like, well, what are my options here? I think the wooden posts with the 2x3 or whatever steel mesh is the most
right, which is what staff had recommended.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm also fine with that. So let's say that we all agree about that. So segment B is clear, right?
So B basically is going to be the wire plus the chain link fence. So that's basically.
Yes.
Okay.
It is until the corner near the B. Along the western side there to the left of B, I'm afraid that is slated for no change at all.
Correct. Correct. And then the segment C, which Brigida was showing, that does not even exist because you have to fence. That D section has to go along the interior, that easement line.
Right.
Yeah,
which
that
Jeremy had
triangle,
shown.
Yeah, that triangle should be excluded from the perimeter.
Correct.
Right.
And what type of fence do we recommend there? The same wood post wire mesh?
So do you want to leave it? Yeah, because currently it's the old horse corral there, and they just it was open fencing. It was basically wildlife friendly currently. So do you want to go with the wire mesh and the wooden posts for that?
I think for consistency, it might be better, right?
Okay.
Yes, and I like the idea of having a 6-foot fence by a thoroughfare, and for safety, and there's homes there.
Yeah. So, and now let's talk about J then.
J doesn't really go that way.
Yeah, there's no J goes straight up, basically. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, not J. I got mistake. I was talking about the part of D which surrounds parcel 1.
Right.
So here's my view. Okay, my view is that on the west and east of parcel 1, you allow a 6-foot fence, and on the northerly side, the area of dispute around the 60-foot driveway easement,
right,
where some area, as Brigida, that the driveway and the easements don't meet.
Right.
We keep all of that area open and only allow the fence after that disputed area.
I think that's actually already covered in a condition of approval. Jeremy commented that they wouldn't allow building a gate there or putting.
No, Jim, it's not about a gate.
It's
Jeremy said that they will be allowing to put a fence there, not in the driveway, but in the disputed area, and leave the dispute between the two neighbors. I don't want that.
No, I don't
want us to say that no fencing in disputed areas till the dispute is completed.
Yeah, because when I made one condition for this, I said no fences or gates to block the ingress, egress of parcel 1 with their existing driveway. Add that to condition of number 9. So basically number 9, I would say allow no fence or gates or anything blocking the existing driveway. I don't care that's in the wrong place. It's there. It's been there. And that's what my whole take was on that, and adding that to condition 9, because
I don't know how you can do that. If it's in the wrong place, legally, it needs to be moved.
well, we don't have to approve a fence there. As simple as that, Jim.
Yeah, it's a dispute between the neighbors. Let them figure out the dispute and then we'll approve the fence. No problem.
Right now, we're not going to.
I don't want to do the reverse where we approve something and then say, go fight it out.
Well, then I think what you could do is to say something like the staff must receive a
No, Jim,
disputed-
let's just not approve a fence going over existing driveway. Keep it simple. Don't complicate this, and don't put staff in the midst of it either. You're creating more work for them. That's not fair.
I think you need to find a way to see light at the end of the tunnel. And if that fence, if the two parties can agree where the driveway is supposed to be and agree on how to put it there, then they should be able to put a fence outside of that area.
But they have not been able to. Otherwise, we would have not had this discussion.
Well, and so what you could say is to say, like you said, don't approve anything in an undisputed area. If somehow allow staff to go forward with it if the dispute gets resolved.
Yes, that I would, we can add that clause, that if the dispute is resolved, then allow fencing to be completed in the disputed area, but not until then.
Staff already has that anyway, because most fencing stuff goes at staff level. So what we're doing is the bigger picture here. Let's just go for the safer, bigger picture. And when it gets down to that little minutia point, if it gets clarified or whatever alleviated, staff will take care of it, because most things don't come up to our level. So I would just say, trust planning staff will have that. They have that power already. But let's right now decide not to approve any fences that go across an existing driveway. That's a simple statement.
I would say that worked for me.
Yeah. Otherwise, they've been already at this, the two parties, since last year. They can't come to an agreement, and you well can tell from our hearings, there's not going to be an agreement. But I don't want to approve something there that's going to create a major civil case mess. So let's just leave that place. There'll be a gap there. We'll have to figure it out later.
So instead of calling it an existing driveway, can we call it a disputed area?
No, it's an existing driveway. It's a driveway that's been existing there for probably 40 years plus.
I don't mind either words.
Because disputed, then you're opening yourself up to getting involved with a civil case, and we don't want to do that. That's, we don't have any jurisdiction on any of this stuff. Don't put a contentious point there. They'll figure it out. They may jog up the fence so it hits the driveway and create, remember, we're just talking perimeter right now. And then I like to see what you see it said, where they create their little interior enclosures for whatever they're trying to do gardening of,
Well, I'm finding great appreciation for Jeremy's description of leave this civil matter between the civil parties about this particular area.
No, but I disagree with one part there that, hey, we, the town, are doing our job and we don't care if there is a dispute, and just approve something in a disputed area.
I think that if I may just chime in to assist the commission, for the purposes of looking at the conditions of approval, if a location has a designated name or it has been identified as such an area, it, from a practical standpoint, it'd probably be easier for anybody looking at the conditions of approval to identify which areas would be prohibited. So if the driveway is there and it can be identified, you know, from a map or from a, you know, survey of the area, that would probably be more preferable for somebody just looking at the conditions and determining where, you know, the fencing is approved or not, versus using a term like disputed area, which may or may not exist or may not change at the time that somebody else is coming in to look at it.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Claire. I think that makes a lot of sense, Claire. Thank you.
I agree.
So basically we'll say parcel 1 with their existing driveway.
Okay. And then continuing D down towards the main entrance, we don't see a problem along that based on wood post and wire fence, right? 6 foot makes sense there. And then Jeremy already had the condition that in that opening entrance, that had to stay clear because it's an easement.
Yes.
Now, what about the segment of D after the driveway till the Caltrans fence?
That should be wildlife friendly so we can allow the passage of all the animals coming from A down through G down to that area. We'll call that D1.
Yes.
Okay, I agree.
I have a question about wildlife friendly. Is wildlife, can there be a 6 foot tall wildlife friendly fence?
Well, am I?
Yeah, you're. We can hear you.
The town has defined, or I don't know what kind of legal status it has, but when wildlife friendly fence basically means posts made out of 4x4s with a rail about a foot off the ground and another one 4 foot off the ground. I'm speaking from memory now, but it's your typical paddock fencing.
I see.
Think of it as wooden posts with 2 rails in between. You and I would sort of go through the gap between the 2 rails, and a small rabbit would go under the bottom rail. And a deer that's feeling feisty and amorous would go over the top rail.
I'm thinking about the Packard lands. They have a wildlife permeable fence around it that I believe is 5 feet tall with wire mesh, but they have occasional breaks in it.
Oh, that's what a lot of people do, is they have call it a solid fence of some kind with breaks every so often that the animals will find, and those breaks are a bit of wildlife permeable.
Is it fair to say that our view is that they could use either of those fences if they wanted to? In any of the places we say wildlife permeable?
Well, we need to be careful here, Jim, because you know what? We need to be specific. I think D1, if we say from the driveway edge to the Caltrans fence area, we've got easements going on there. I think it would make sense to say D1 should be wildlife friendly fencing. Now, if we want to,
which one do you mean?
I prefer myself 4.5 feet, because that's typically, so deer can go over, small deer can go over, and you have like a split railing fence, which you have an 18-inch off the ground or 12 inches, and the next one at 24 inches. That's a wildlife friendly to me.
I see.
Can I ask Itzi a question? When you said Itzi breaks in the fence, do you recall how far apart those breaks are?
Well, typically what happened on Roblita is we originally said an 8-foot section, thinking that, 8 foot is a common measurement between fence posts. But in fact, in real life, it's a little bit smaller than that because, you buy 8-foot sections of lumber. And I think we ended up with 6 feet. Right. This was a little while ago.
So it's 6-foot fence, and then how wide would the break be?
Well, the break is 6 feet.
Oh, the
width,
6
the
feet.
width, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
the width. So you might conceptually have a solid fence for 100 feet, and somewhere in the past we said something like for any length of fence over 150 feet has to have at least one or more sections of 6-foot permeable.
Got it. So in D1, if it's, let's say, around 70 feet, give or take, if they put a 1 6-foot open permeable space, that would be adequate.
I disagree because you're funneling it through. It's like what you were saying before, Rajiv. You already had 40 feet going for G. If you're going to have.
I understand. That is, I'm just trying to understand what that option looks like, right? Just to understand it.
Yeah, I'd rather see A and D1 be wildlife friendly, so the movement of animals go through there. You already have the rest of D already being a wire mesh fence. So that is your solid fence there because they're not going to be going through that area. So I kind of go back to what Jim, you had, suggested that there be full movement on your picture from A all the way down past G, all the way past D1.
Yes, also I'd like to just point out that the very tip of D1, adjacent to the Caltrans fence, there's 20 feet there that has to be free and clear.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
40 actually.
No, I think it's 20, right?
Oh, it's 20?
It goes back to 20. It goes from 20 to 40. Yes, it's kind of weird how that goes around that curve.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very strange.
So just like we discussed D1, A is a pretty long fence. It's 500 feet long. Does it make sense to say a segment of A1 should be wildlife friendly? And one approach could be, remember Jeremy's drawing where there was a jog in the fence, which went from 20 feet easement to 40-foot easement. So the jog could be the area, if you were to make it wildlife friendly, it should be a reasonably big enough opening. And then the other part could be a 6-foot fence.
The only thing, I took pictures of that area, and there's a lot of wildlife corridors going all through that area. Because I was up there. If you look at his map where it says 14303 up there, where segment A is, there's a lot of movement through that one property, 14303. That I captured a lot of, yeah.
I see.
So this corner is where that jog would be.
Yes.
And
if you take a cursor further down,
yeah, this is where there's an awful lot of traffic.
And that's where I took all my.
Okay, disregard my suggestion.
Yeah. Now the other part is like if you get closer to where B starts in, where B, B connects to A, that area there, they put in an illegal silver chain link fence, a cyclone fence right there. But I'd like to really see that whole area just be wildlife friendly. But if you had to do anything, the little piece could be from that first property, 14301, I guess. That portion could be a 6-foot wire fence, and then beyond from that point further going
I think that's too much of details.
I know.
Let's keep the whole thing wildlife friendly and then call it a day.
Don't worry, we're gonna see this again. exactly. This is the beginnings. At least we have identified. Okay, so A is wildlife friendly.
Okay, so
D1
we've got A, B, C, D, E, F. We've covered the perimeter. Is that right?
Yep.
Yes.
So let me ask you, C, we said that's going to be wire. D is going to be 6-foot wire. D1 is going to be wildlife friendly. And what did we decide on G? Are we going to keep G, or do you want to move G, or just ignore G?
To me, the G, at least some portion needs to be wildlife friendly. Now, if you want the whole thing, I'm okay. But the minimum has to be the lower 80 feet from Caltrans to some place within G has to be wildlife friendly. If you want to extend that further, I'm okay.
I
Yeah.
would keep it wildlife. Sorry, go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, you got to be careful of that, with G, because you don't want to end up with two islands. I mean, if there's no penetration for the whole of G, remember, there's the driveway going up there. Between a combination of the driveway and G, you could end up just breaking the whole property into two separate islands.
In fact, G, H, I, J are breaking up the property into islands already, right?
Yeah.
But I think
And the
that we're
fence along the
saying
driveway.
that most of the slope is down here on the bottom and up to A. That's why I was thinking it was okay to use the black chain link for the I and the H, or the wood wire fence for I and H, but to keep G as wildlife permeable so that more wildlife could get from A down to Elena.
Okay, well, you know what? This is going to come back anyway. So this is make G wildlife friendly, you know? I mean, that makes it easy because, you know, this is, we're on the fly. What we're looking to is maintain the wildlife movement.
But I would then say that K can be the 6 foot, what do they have there? Install 6 foot wire fence with metal posts along K. That's what they've asked for. God, that's ugly.
Yeah. I'm not happy. You know, K and L were both brought on board here at the last hour. I mean, the first two hearings we had for this, we did not have K and L. That's the thing that I was really disturbing, but.
So my view is the following, right? K and L are what I heard from one of the the neighbors, spite fences, okay? Really, K and L are not needed for any wildlife protection. They are just spite fences which are middle of the property and automatically are dividing the property up into segments. So one approach is make K and L wildlife friendly because they are spite fences. They don't serve any purpose. There is no, if H and I were to be 6 foot fences, at least L doesn't need to be 6 foot because what's the purpose?
Yeah, it's good. You have 6 feet all around it already. Exactly. L doesn't make any sense at all because you have a 6 foot thing going around there already. So yeah, you're right.
So to me, these are spite fences. So if we want, we can decide that certain of these fences do not make sense to be 6 feet and keep it lower.
Yeah, the only thing is,
or alternatively, you say that K and L are 6 foot fences, but then G, H, and I are going to be wildlife friendly.
Either L or IH being 6 feet will cause an island up there in the.
well, just, you
Matt?
know, H and I are already existing, and the same thing where it ties in. There's an existing black fence that is already out there that Jeremy showed.
That's
So
a good point.
in I is already existing black chain link fencing, and it has a double layer, which they'll get rid of, which is the electrical fencing wire in front of it. So H and I are already existing, and that J is going in the wrong direction, goes straight up. That's existing black chain link fencing. So
Okay, so H, I, and J, we cannot touch because they're existing.
they're existing. And the only thing is having L being fenced in that already enclosed thing, you're right, Rajiv, that's spiteful. That's a spiteful fence. Because it doesn't make it basically
Doesn't serve any purpose.
it basically creates, yeah.
I'm fine with having K and L both be wildlife permeable.
What height do you want?
I think that you've been using 4.5 feet for your wildlife permeable.
4.5.
Yeah, so let's make K and L. Or if the applicant wants one side of K, the right side can be 6 feet, but the left side can be permeable. But
I kind of look at this as a beginning template, to be honest with you. We are
okay.
just, I've never seen a planning commission design something, but since we've given this,
No, miss, we are being forced to by the applicant.
That's
because
right.
the applicant doesn't want to do any work, right?
And honestly, somebody has to do this level.
Correct. And I think this point should be noted for the town council that we are doing this because we have no choice.
right.
Now, what was segment C here?
Oh, segment C was basically that there is no chain link fence there, but I think you guys said that whatever C to that little triangular piece is going to be the 6-foot wire fence.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. So I think I have noted down all the segments based on, Brigitte, your drawing.
Can we bring up for a moment Jeremy's red line drawing?
Yes, that would be valuable.
Confirm that we've got the jogs and the triangles all set right.
Yeah, stop sharing, Jim, because you're the one sharing. There. Okay, do we still have Jeremy? There he is.
Yes, one moment, Commission, while I locate the
I
PowerPoint.
think that last slide of your slide deck that you had showing with the conditions.
This is
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
So for instance, C doesn't exist on this drawing.
What is C? Yes. C
And
does
that
not
makes
exist.
sense. It'll just be existing, whatever is up there now.
Correct.
But
And
this triangle, sorry,
It's wired. I'm telling you, that area of C, you can make it C1 and C2, but anyway, that part of C that's still there on Jeremy's picture is not black chain link fencing. I'll just say that much.
okay. Well, it says no changes.
Well, then it'll be open. It actually has, it's a couple of wooden posts. If you want to see a picture of it, I do have a picture of it.
No, I was there yesterday and I remember it. You're right.
Okay.
No, but this brings up a good point. If we don't believe that this is accurate, then we'll be in trouble, because otherwise what's going to happen is existing fences will change to whatever the applicant wants, because that's what we have seen happen all the time. So
Yeah, let's
even for existing fences, we should note down where it exists and what type of fence exists, just for the clarity for the planning commission and staff. So if you believe, Brigitte, that entire segment BC here, which Jeremy says existing, is of 2 different types of fences, we need to have that clarified.
Yeah, it is, because if you look also on the satellite images, you'll see where that J jog that I had, where it goes straight up, that's where it bisects that whole BC area. And that's where that's why I broke it out as a C, because it is different fencing. It's not black chain link fencing.
Oh, that fence which is going to be removed, the one which bisects.
I have a good picture of it, but like I said, it's a shame we can't all share a screen at the same time.
Do you want me to stop sharing?
If you could, I could show you this exact, I'm looking at it right now.
Can I show you my picture? I took a good picture of it back last year. I was anticipating this too. Okay, well,
Are you seeing it?
yeah,
Yes.
This is the bisect.
Yeah.
right, exactly.
So south of the bisect is a different fence from north of the bisect.
Exactly. Exactly.
And that's not very clear in Jeremy's drawing.
Well, but we have identified something called C, and that's what it is.
Yes.
We'll call that C then, yeah, because I had C going all the way up. It's have C go from that triangular up to B.
Well, but B,
B
No,
starts-
existing.
C goes to like somewhere up in,
Well, B
sorry, no, C
No, it starts at the-
stops here, and then this is B.
Exactly. B starts at the that line that bisects it right there. That's the start of B.
So Brigitta, in your drawing, we need to split B into B1 and B2.
No, you need to split C, not B, C.
I don't think you need this. This is C. It starts at the corner and it
Yes.
goes to the bisect. That's
Right,
the
right there.
only C there is.
Exactly.
So here's my view. C is right now what type of fence?
Wire.
It's an old wire fence, basically a couple of wooden posts with three.
Right. And we are proposing it to be a wire mesh with wood posts.
Yes.
Exactly.
And the part of B, which in this drawing is green, is
It's-
existing.
Black chain link fence.
Exactly. So we
Right.
are not going to touch that.
No,
And then the other part of B, which surrounds lot 1, right?
yeah.
Which is not shown here, but it's on Jeremy's drawing. So do we want to go back to Jeremy's now?
Yeah,
Now
go
that
back
we
to-
clarified C?
What a mess. What a mess.
So this is what I was saying, Brigitta. The B1 would be the part which is a existing fence, and B2 would be the part going around lot 1, which in this proposal has part chain link and part wire mesh.
Right, so basically the red line around lot 1 is, I guess, the wire fence. And then the purple line around lot 1 is existing black chain link fence. Is that correct, Jeremy?
Not existing, new
Purple is proposed.
proposed. So the point I'm trying to make, Brigitta, is your B has to be broken down into B1, B2, B3.
Okay,
B1 is existing. B2 is proposed black chain link fence. And B3 is wire fence.
okay.
Got it?
Yep, I got it. So B2 is that purple line, basically, right?
Right.
Yes,
B1 is
existing.
black line there. And then the red line around lot 1, which are the other little jogs there, that is B3, and that's going to be the wire. Is that?
Wire. Exactly, exactly.
Wire. And B2 is chain link, black.
Mhm.
All right. Got it.
And so now you can see in Jeremy's drawing, going to A part of it is purple, which means chain link, and the other part is wire mesh. So one approach we could do is we leave the purple part as is or change it into wire fence, and the wire fence part, switch it to wildlife friendly.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning before. And that's when you told me, Rajiv, let's just make it easy and make all of A wildlife friendly. Because right now that purple is a illegally installed silver cyclone fence that they were trying to spray paint it black. And yeah, nothing.
And they're proposing new fence there anyway.
Okay, if they're proposing new fence, then we can simplify it. Okay.
Just, so A stays wildlife friendly all the way along there. Yeah.
Okay, so we are getting good mapping between what the segments we have and Jeremy's.
Okay. So to recap, okay, so we got all of A is wildlife friendly. Let's go back through B. B3 is the wire, which is the red line on Jeremy's map. B2 is a purple line, which is a black chain link fence. B1 is the existing no change chain link fence. And then we get to C, which is that one little jog from B1 to the triangular piece there. That's
so the difference between B1 and C does not exist on Jeremy's drawing.
no, exactly.
And
because
that is something we have to add to Jeremy's drawing, right?
Yeah.
If I could just break in a moment, I'm going to be absent for a couple, there's something happening at the end of our driveway. I got to go check it out.
Okay.
I'll be back in a moment.
Okay.
Well, I would entertain the idea that whatever is in B1 there could be continued through C.
I would be okay with that because it makes sense to just continue it. I would be comfortable with that. And probably that's what Jeremy has. So
you know what the thing is, though, the wire fence promotes, right now there's nothing there. There's only this, corral fencing. Wire fencing is more pleasant to keep in the rurality of our town. Black chain link fencing is not pretty. I would rather go strictly with just continue D around C, make C and D all the same. Because you're going around that corner, you've got a major crossroads of pathways happening right there in that area. It's huge. And there's nothing worse than looking at chain link fences. It'd be more rural keeping, since it's open right now. I think it just kind of makes it aesthetically unpleasing.
Except that western area is not proposed for any changes. And even if it's black chain link fence,
I have a really
that's
picture.
it right there.
Can I show? I have a picture also of this area. Let's see. Yeah, let me just share my screen real quickly. Also, let me first get the thing. Hold on. Okay, this is what I want to show you. All right. Okay, so this is that corner where you've got that triangular piece right there. Up here is where the black chain link fence goes across, and it's got a double, it's got an electric illegal fence in front of it. So it's just this segment here. Look, it's all open. Why put a black chain link fence right here? It's just ugly. It's so much openness here. I'd rather keep it with the wire fence.
Wait a minute, you said keep it with the wire fence. Keep it would mean keeping it this way. Wire fence is the wire mesh, isn't it? With the wooden stakes?
Exactly. I'm proposing go with that. That's at least closer to looking the same. This is very open. This is meant for horses right here. At least if you keep a wire mesh fence here with the wooden post, it keeps more of the rural look. And that's what the staff has said also. A black chain link fence here would just, yeah.
I guess I would go either way, but I also think there's logic behind just extending the fence that's further uphill here. If that further uphill fence is black chain link, then just continue that down to the corner.
And I'm assuming that this whole fence which Brigitte you're showing, some of it is in the easement, so will have to be removed.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's
not going to be very long.
So it's not a big segment. So I'm with Jim that, if that segment is just half of this fence which exists, just extending the chain link fence may make sense aesthetically, and then cutting across to it would be a new wire mesh fence, which is
Well,
the
you
segment, D, whatever, D1.
think about it, this way,
or
right
D.
now you have the chain link fence making it L. It comes down this way and then it goes across and then cuts back up in the property. Since you're starting a new fence around here some way, why don't you just keep it the wire mesh from here going this way? The same argument. I mean, it's just keeping this more open looking than choking it up with an ugly chain link fence, you know?
I would agree. If you have to change that part and not change the chain link fence, maybe
well, why introduce
continuing the same type of fence may make sense. Okay.
Yeah, it's like the same argument can be said from the other direction. So just make D to C all the wire fence and then leave the chain link fence where it is already, but don't bring it down any further because you're having a new material here and then you're going to start this other material there. Just have this all be wire, 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 and then it just ties into the chain link fence that's already existing, you know?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay, great.
So I think we are done, right? So maybe we should just summarize the whole map now.
That's what I was trying to do. So A, we have wildlife friendly fence. B3 was wire.
Can
B2
you
Sorry, Chair Indigo, if I may have Karen just bring it on the screen so she can take these notes. So it's easy for staff then to document.
Yes.
Karen, can you please bring that document on screen? Can you share it on the screen?
Does Karen have that or Brigida?
Yes.
Have to do it?
Karen did take a snapshot.
Okay, excellent. Excellent.
Yeah,
We took a snapshot, so when you are saying, then it's easy for us to
Okay.
take notes.
Okay. So I've captured the image here.
Okay, perfect.
Karen, can you full screen your Word document? We are seeing part of your screen.
How do I do that?
Just on the top, right? This up.
Oh,
Yeah.
this one, this, is that what you need?
Yes, thank you.
So
Can you move it on to the side and then you can just take the notes along with it?
Move this to the side?
Yeah, so that you can type on the right.
Okay, I'll make it smaller.
Smaller, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's.
Oh, there. Okay.
Slightly larger so that we can see.
Okay,
Yes.
hang on, let me change this part to I don't know.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's okay. I think we can see it. Yes.
Okay.
I think you've already started noting, which is great.
Yeah,
It must be wildlife friendly. Excellent.
4.5 feet.
Okay.
We can define wildlife friendly fence later.
Okay.
Well, but I think Jim is right. Since we're going through the shopping list, let's go ahead and make sure. Okay.
4.5 feet high, split rail.
Okay.
Wildlife friendly fence, correct?
Okay.
That's the official definition. Okay, so B is existing black chain link fence, which remains unchanged.
Well, do you want to call
wait,
that
no, there's
B1?
B1.
B1.
B1, okay.
Yeah, B1.
If you want to go counterclockwise, then the first one would be B3, right after A.
Yeah, so B3 is the next one. If you go exactly.
Okay, so that would be this item right here.
Yeah, just move that below exactly there.
Yes.
And B2 is the next one that comes around. Yeah.
And you can say a purple line on Jeremy's map for B2. Just
Yeah,
for clarity.
So it's a purple line?
Oh, no, that's correct.
B2. B2.
B2, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Purple line?
Yeah, purple line on Jeremy's map.
Okay. Okay.
B1 is existing. Okay, perfect. C is, wire mesh with wood post. Okay, B3 should also be written as wire mesh with wood post.
Yeah.
Okay, proposed action.
Okay, and if you want for clarity, B3 is 6 foot. So 6 foot wire mesh fence with wood posts. Okay. Oh, you already had that. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I already have.
That's okay.
I
Okay,
need to
C is
move-
correct.
Hold on, let her finish. Yeah, 6 foot high.
Mhm. Is that, yeah,
Mhm.
Okay.
okay.
So now there's a D and a D1.
And there's a D1 also, yeah.
Okay, so what order does it go in
D
first?
is first,
Yeah, D is first and then after is D1, exactly.
and D is 6-foot wire mesh fence with wood posts, right?
Yeah, so no, but D1.
No, no, no. D1 is, sorry, it's 4 feet.
Friendly.
I'm sorry, D is that. and
D1 is same
D1
as A. D1 is same as A. Just right, same as A.
Yeah.
D is it D1 that's the same as A?
Exactly.
Yes, yes.
And D1 basically starts from the driveway and goes down to the Caltrain fence. That's the section, just so you know.
Driveway.
To Caltrain fence.
to pathway easement along Caltrain's fence.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Don't cross the easements, exactly. Thank you.
Well, that part, I think in the conditions of approval, Jeremy's got that, so.
Yes,
that's-
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not Caltrain, it's Caltran.
Yes, of course, Caltran.
Okay, so
All
that's
right.
D1. E and F not applicable because.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we don't do anything with E and F. And
Yeah.
A.
Okay.
G is wildlife friendly, correct? H and I existing.
The wildlife friendly, should we do the copy and paste from the A to? the
Yes,
Okay,
Okay, J is existing also, yes. H, I, and J are existing.
So G is the same as A, correct?
correct.
Correct.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And do I separate out J from H and I?
No.
yeah, it's just the only
J,
thing is,
H, I are all existing, so just leave it.
the only thing is J is not correct on anybody's maps, exactly.
Okay,
And then
now?
K,
Okay.
K is same as A. Oh, K and L are both same as A.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
okay.
Hallelujah.
I know.
Woo!
And this is all by Zoom. I mean, my goodness gracious.
Promise me we'll never do that again.
No.
Sorry, if I may, Chair Indico.
Yes.
So, Claire, when Planning Commission make that motion, they're going to make that motion with these changes, right? We'll have to include all these changes. And is it a part of motion, or is it putting part of motion, or are we going to say these are conditions of approval as added by Planning Commission?
And I have,
That would be correct. So this is the fence design item. So if there's any other changes to the conditions or additions, that would also be added to that as well.
I have one more thing to add to this list on D. I definitely want to make sure that we say no fences or gates to block the ingress or egress of parcel 1 with their existing driveway. I don't know if it should be added on. And
Brigida, I think for that, I would say we agree with all of Jeremy's conditions, because that covers all of the other aspects, which is no blocking easements and all of that.
the problem though, Rajiv, is that the existing driveway is not in an easement. That's the problem.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you are right. This is near the parcel 1.
It's basically parcel 1 because of,
Yes.
no fences or gates to block the ingress egress of the existing driveway of parcel 1.
Correct. We forgot that part, yes.
No, that's critical, because you know what? That may never get resolved, and we cannot allow them to fence over a driveway.
Can we leave them out where we could say unless and until it's
Don't complicate it, Jim.
taken
Don't
care of
complicate
by the parties? I hate for them to say, oh, I can't, I have to go back to planning commission to fix this little thing, even though we've agreed and have a solution.
No, once they've agreed, they can do this over the counter with staff.
I see.
Yes,
Okay.
because you know what? Staff typically takes care of fencing applications. They don't come up to us unless there's a problem. Remember, it was from staff we got this application. because it was a problem. We normally never deal with this stuff. So it's, you know, if they
I'm fine
figure it
with
out,
that.
yeah, if they figure it out, great, but let's try to keep, if we don't have to make a civil case out of it for them, it's a big relief for both parties, to be honest with you.
Do we feel like we have Mr. Pergola's comments reconciled? One of the big issues he brought up was that the easement up above parcel 1 was 30 feet wide and not 20 feet wide. Is that in the conditions of approval?
I think Jeremy knew that. Let's check with Jeremy.
Yeah, so according to the property owner of 28011 Elena Road, that's Mr. Perlegos, he has a 30-foot wide driveway easement, not a 25-foot wide. And so conditions requiring the applicant to confirm easements and property lines, as well as fencing not being in easements, apply.
Should we, Jeremy, just for a safety sake, should we say down where we have somewhere down that L is basically a 30-foot wide easement?
You know, as a point of clarification, it doesn't hurt.
So we basically just kind of concur that we say, you know, at the end of this, we'll say L is we can say K is a 60-foot wide easement for the lower driveway. The upper driveway L is a 30-foot wide easement, just to kind of add that as a clarification.
Yeah, I can separate these out
Okay.
here.
What is it? Well, you have it defined this of where L is the upper, is the northern 30-foot wide driveway easement between parcel lot 1, and K is the southern driveway easement of 60 feet, you know, wide, whatever. Yeah.
Southern driveway.
Okay.
Of 60 feet.
60 feet. And where L is the northern 30-foot wide drive. Yeah, just to kind of clarify that. So anybody reading these conditions of approval can see that this is where we're operating out of.
All right. I can modify the motion.
Actually, to further clarify, it should read where K is along the southern driveway easement of 60 feet and where L is along the northern 60 foot, because they aren't the easements themselves.
Right. Thank you for Englishizing that one. Another question I do have, because we had this in our conditions before when we were adding things to the applicant. Do we want to say anything, or is this already given, Jeremy, in your conditions of approval, that no fences are to cross any swales? I mean, we're not crossing any swales that we know of, but just to make sure that that's clarified also.
That is not in your conditions, Jenny, right?
That is not in the conditions.
Yeah,
correct?
we do not have that as a condition of approval.
Maybe we can add that on. So in case there is anything that's done administratively with this property, we could say that no fencing, no fences to cross any swales. Oh, is
Wait, that may be.
All right, Elias.
Yes,
Sorry.
yeah.
So what do they do at a swale? Just leave it open? And how wide, I mean, how wide is a swale?
Well, the swales are the ones you identified were those ravines, which there shouldn't be any fencing there anyway. Yes, you remember?
Yeah, but we've on Jim's original map, there's at least 5 swales.
I was working off of more of your 3 you had that was showing the water maps, because those are the ones that are out there on all the maps.
Yeah.
So
I'm just, this is a can of worms. You might say in something like where fences.
Well, we don't have any fences right now crossing the swales. I'm just making it as a point of clarification, because there's no fences going across the swale that I'm aware of right now, is there?
Well, what about G?
There is the existing fence, Jeremy, right?
G is it, no, G was just put in and is, was not approved. And we're making that a wildlife friendly now anyway.
Is there a swale near G? I thought the swales are all in the F and
So-
E areas.
Based on the map provided, there's the 3 blue lines to the northerly property line.
Right.
But then, Commissioner Kuperis did note that there were 5 valleys / swales on the property. So,
I think Jim had that information. Jim,
Yeah. That was on Jim's map.
I'm looking at it now, and Kit drew this the best. And I don't believe that G actually intersects one of the swales.
Okay.
I think it's a little bit north of that.
so I'm just adding that on as a point of clarification. It doesn't really affect this permit, to be honest with you, or the zoning application. It's just basically making a statement. Is that okay?
I would tend to not say it if it didn't have a purpose.
Yeah.
Because it was on our list before from both, open space committee to make sure that we don't have any fences crossing any swales. I'm just kind of,
And we don't.
right.
We don't, at least in this application, we don't.
Exactly. I'm afraid that there might be some other things that may, unless we say, get rid of that statement, say any further applications for fencing comes back to planning commission for this property, which is like.
In some sense, it's okay to keep that because a lot of times we put many conditions of approval which we know do not apply to properties, because a lot of our conditions of approvals are, templates we use for all our, site permits.
Right. So here also Karen put on there, any further application for fencing return.
So commissioners, if you wanted to add a clarification, perhaps condition number 5 can just be swales could be added in. Since there are no fencing proposed around swales, there's not an issue right now for the conditions to address. And so that could be a small clarification.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point, Claire. I think that's right. We'll take condition number 5 and just say COA 5, add into the list there, swales.
That's a good suggestion.
Yeah, tuck it in there, exactly. So
Add to condition.
it's number 5, exactly. Just add swales. You don't have to add no fence to cross any, well.
So it would be
No fencing is allowed within pedestrian.
the new fencing.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. No fencing would be allowed within the list of things and swales at the end.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
So that would be.
And I can repeat this at the time of the motion.
So yeah, so
Hang on.
Karen's-
I think I have the condition.
Swale.
pulled up
Yeah.
as well.
So it will be added to the end of condition.
Oops, sorry, that's not the right one.
so
But
just
then, Claire, even the last one, that would be a condition of approval. Any further application for fencing return to the planning commission. That would be condition, I don't know what.
Well,
number.
I would just have the commission consider if that's the necessity of that, considering what issues are being addressed right now with this application, and whether or not the other conditions already cover the issue that you're trying to address with that proposal.
And the planning director may always choose to send it to us.
Yes.
right, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
would just suggest that you take that off for now.
Take off by
considering
number
what-
5.
No,
the-
no,
the
last.
application
Next
for
one.
the last sentence.
The further applications.
yes.
Correct.
I feel like this is going to be the beginning basis for going further discussions. I have a feeling that's why we put together the shopping list of stuff. Yeah, if you also, when it says no fences to cross any swales, you can just put swales because you're adding swales to the list of number 5. You don't have to put no fence to cross any.
So swales would be added to the end of condition number 5.
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay,
just get rid of the no fence to cross any, and then just say swales, add to condition number 5.
like this. Well, I mean, is it right the way it is, or I need to change it? Here's condition number, I'm gonna cut and paste through condition number 5 here.
Okay.
And then we can have, okay.
And comma after, you say comma water district easements, comma swales.
Right, comma, water district easement, comma, swales,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, and swales, I guess, if you want to be correct, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, my lights went off. I can't see anything anymore.
Gosh.
Okay, so
And then
this
you
is
get rid of the
pulled
and
directly from condition number 5. And I just added swales.
You can get rid of and water districts, just put water districts there.
Yeah.
Perfect, okay, great.
Good.
I think we got the shopping list there.
All right.
So before we make the motion, I just wanted to summarize the rationale of what we just did. And this is mainly for the town council.
Yes.
Essentially, we have taken the permit plan, the fencing plan, which was proposed to us by the best knowledge that our staff had, Jeremy. And then we have made 2 changes to it. One is certain locations for wildlife friendly movement, we have changed the fence to be wildlife friendly. And this would be segments A, D1, K, and L.
And G.
And G. And the other major change we have made is the metal post wire fences. We have changed them or proposed them to be wood post wire mesh fences, which are more in line with our town's rural character.
And that follows.
High level, I think these are the 2 major changes we made in what Jeremy has presented. And then we also made some tweaks around parcel 1, the driveway and such, but at a high level for the fences, that's it.
Yeah. Let me ask.
What else this does for us is when they do have the agricultural areas that they want to surround and do agriculture with, that can all be done with staff now.
And we propose, as was mentioned by Commissioner Couperas, to use ring fencing around agricultural areas where you believe this fence solution that we have proposed does not work for you. Okay.
Let me ask real quickly, point of clarification. So for this map that I did, would it help later on after we get done with this for me just to clean up that little area, the triangle with C and D, and give it back to Karen after, just to make sure that the picture corresponds with what we have going here. And I can also relabel B1, B2, B3, just for clarification to make it really obvious.
The cleaner we can make this, if you can work with Karen to clean it.
I'll clean up the chart because I didn't realize where this discussion was going to go, but it was at least a start. Okay.
Well, to approve a motion, though, I think we'll have to
This'll be
identify
fine.
what changes that you will do and then authorize doing those changes.
Clear.
And so I think splitting the B into B1, B2, B3, and cleaning up the D1.
Right.
And the upper triangle.
And the upper, and C, fixing C so it shows the triangle, not the way I have it there. Yeah.
And A, the jog.
Oh, the A is just A. It's just the location of where we're talking. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the jog, we should go with the conditions of approval which Jeremy has.
Okay.
Yeah, as conditioned, the jog would be taken into account.
Yes, yeah.
It's just mainly to make sure, because like I don't have B1, B2, B3. C is a little too long. Also that upper D where C and D meet, that's supposed to be the triangle, and then D1 down there is going to be identified. So just to clean it up a little.
I do think, Jeremy, that your diagram that showed the red line along D that went all the way in front of the driveway shouldn't be moved forward in any motions or documents. We should make sure that we don't show a fence in front of the driveway.
The driveway easement, yes.
Or the existing driveway, we mean.
Mhm.
Right.
Agreed. Similar to section A, as conditioned, the clearing the 60-foot driveway is implied.
Got it.
Okay.
All right.
Karen, can you point out to that motion?
Yes, I can start it.
Well, my suggestion is that I can set it out for the commission if the commission is ready to make a decision.
We are ready.
And
Go ahead, Claire.
if you agree with that. Okay, so the motion tonight would be to adopt the resolution to approve the zoning permit for fencing at 2A001 Elena Road based on the conditions of approvals proposed by the staff report and with these changes. Change number 1 is modifications to fencing designs based on the map that's presented to the commission.
Claire,
Yes.
sorry, Karen is taking
Oh,
notes.
you're
if you
typing,
can-
I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. So if you can just, yeah.
I'm
thank you.
sorry, I did not see that. Modifications for fencing designs based on a map presented to the planning commission with letters A through L designations and the changes as read into the record by the commission and staff. I'm sorry,
And
just say
Claire,
A
also-
through L. Okay, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
Sorry, Claire, and also further to this designation, there are going to be slight modifications as we were discussing just a few minutes ago.
Right, so I was gonna say number 2 is that, and I'll say staff is directed to prepare a final cleanup version of such map along with the changes
Of the map.
of the map. Along with the changes read into the record. And then, does that capture?
Yes.
Okay, and then the third change is to add swales to the end of the proposed condition of approval number 5 to prohibit fencing in that location.
Should I read that even though Commissioner Patel initiated, you offered clarifying language for this? Should you be noted in this motion, Claire?
So this will be the motion, Commissioner Patel, is that?
Yes, so I approve the write-up in this motion as I see.
Okay, and so I just need a second then.
I'd be happy to second.
All right,
Okay, so I guess, are we ready for a roll call?
I'm gonna stop sharing at this point so I can get to my other screen.
This is the most creative thing we've ever done. I hope
Remind
it's
me
not-
never to make an omelet.
Remind you not to what?
We should never make an omelet together.
So roll call.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Caparis,
Yes.
Commissioner Patel,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes,
Vice Chair Washira,
Yes.
Chair Indico.
Yes. And with this, the motion passes and congratulations, the project is approved pending a 21-day appeal period. So we shall see. But I have to make a big thank you to everyone from our wonderful staff who's worked on this for countless hours, to our planning commissioners themselves working on this thing, to our committees out there, all the volunteers, all the neighbors. Everybody's been very heavily invested in this whole project, and it's really brought this community together. I hope we will see more things happening with this community in regards to working on updating our fencing ordinance too, to help alleviate and help clarify for the rest of us how to handle things like this. So anyway.
And I hope that we can improve our working together with the Sea Landing folks and anyone in these sorts of situations, so that we can cooperate and make these situations as easy as possible for everyone.
Yep, I thank you for that. We want to be a cooperative planning commission with the neighbors and the owners, the applicants, everybody. So thank you so much. Anyway, with that, it is 10:20. Phew. Does anybody need a bio break?
Been there, that.
So plow through this. Okay. So now we're on to business number 5.1, evaluation of existing housing element programs by our principal planner, Steve Padovan. Steve, take it away.
Well, I'm glad I'm finally up at the microphone here. So thank you very much for that entertainment the last few hours. Anyway, so basically, I don't have a presentation I'm going to put up on the screen or anything, but I just want to go over what we're doing here. So again, thank you, Chair and members of the commission and everybody else who's listening. Basically, what this is the first step in the housing element update. And one of the first steps is to reevaluate how you did in the previous 8-year cycle. So what we've done is we produced for you, it's a draft of our, what we feel are the accomplishments. We've worked with the consultant, and also we've just gone through each program to determine some we've actually completed, others are obviously still ongoing, or that's just what they are, they're ongoing programs. And as part of this review of our previous housing element programs, we're also going to be looking at how many we want to continue forward to the next housing element cycle. So that's also what's going to be in this, when it's completed, this actual entire review of our program. So right now, all you're seeing is just, we've indicated the objectives that were in the previous housing element. There's, I think, 46 or so. And then we have the time frame, which says whether it was ongoing, which means it's just something we continue to do, or whether it was something actually had a date to complete it on. And then the accomplishment, if we actually accomplished what we were trying to do, or if it was not, it's still ongoing, or if it's something that we want to continue and still work on with the next housing element. So basically, we just wanted to present this to you to show that we're working forward to get this housing element to completion, hopefully by the end of the year. And obviously, we need to get it certified by the state. There has been difficulty down in Southern California on them getting certified by the state. I think they've told us only 6 so far of the 100 and some odd 200 jurisdictions have actually been certified, 6 or 7. So it's definitely going to be a process, but this is the first step. So basically, we wanted to introduce this to you. Didn't want to particularly discuss any specific program, but I did want to point out that we have basically about, I think it was about 10 programs with regard to ADUs. We pretty much hit on all cylinders in the ADUs. A lot of that had to do with the state law changing, but we're doing really well on the ADU portion. In fact, when the APR, there's going to be a public hearing at the City Council of our annual progress report. It's showing that basically we've almost hit all of our numbers with regard to affordable housing and for total housing units. In fact, we've beyond exceeded our RHNA, which was 121 units for this housing cycle. We're already at 153. So a lot of that was ADUs, obviously. So a lot of the objectives that were in our, or the program objectives in this housing element were ADUs, and we've accomplished pretty much all of them, or we're continuing to meet the goals of what we asked for, or what were asked of us. As for some of the other programs with regard to, providing more affordable housing and such, and also to provide information to homeowners about ADUs or about programs that are available for affordable housing. We are in the process. We have updated our website. We are going to be doing some additional updates and improvements to our pamphlets and our guides, and to just try and get more information out. There is a housing element website. Sophia, I don't remember what the actual address was, but if you could maybe point that out, or that would be great. But basically the idea here is we want to get as much information out to you as decision-making bodies, you and the council, and to the public. And again, this is one step in that, and we're looking forward to presenting a lot more information at the March 24th meeting that we're going to be having. That's again a joint meeting with the council and the planning commission. And obviously, we're going to have our consultant there also to go over those types of additional things that we're looking at to move forward with the housing element. So basically, I just wanted to open this up and say, ask if there was any questions you had on what we presented to you. Again, it's a draft, but this is what we're considering the accomplishments to our housing element. And if you had any questions on anything in here, I wanted to be available to answer those. So that's pretty much what I was presenting tonight. Unless Sophia, do you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I just wanted to, sorry, Chandika, go ahead.
No. One quick question.
Sure.
When we exceeded our objective of 121 and we hit 153, do we get to take the remaining part and bump it up to our next RHNA number?
Absolutely not.
Wish.
So does that mean we should put on the brakes and not approve anything till next year?
Can't really do that. They're ministerial.
I know, I'm just joking.
Actually, I do have one clarification. Even though Steve did mention that we have exceeded our RHNA per the way state reviews it, we still have 8 remaining in the moderate category. So we were able to meet our RHNA allocation for very low, low, and above moderate. We are still short on our moderate category by 8 units.
So we did the hard ones, but the easy ones are.
Thanks to ADUs.
Well, we still got half of a year here too, right? I believe, Sophia, or the rest of the year, 2022?
I think from June this year, we can start counting it towards the next RHNA cycle, whatever we produce.
Oh, from June of this year?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
So that's not very far.
Mm-hmm. And we are doing well on our ADUs.
Okay. So wait till June. All of you go on vacation.
Oh boy.
Thank you for this information. It is quite interesting to read.
Yeah, again, this is one part of the housing element update. And if there's any questions you see on this, or have any questions that you want to have addressed, or just if you see some corrections, definitely you can send us an email or send me an email, and we can address that or make the correction if you feel it's necessary or it's needed.
It's still in draft. You're working on it. So if you have any programs that you feel that we should continue to the next RHNA cycle, please do let us know. Something that you feel that we need to improve on, any program that need to be improved on, again, please give us your suggestions.
Great. Well, thank you both. We've got a good team on our hands between Sophia having a lot of backgrounds and having Steve with the historical, doing this before for us, the previous housing element. We've got 2 solid people working on this. Can't thank you enough for all the hours you're putting into it and helping out the town. We all thank you.
Yeah, and I'm hoping you can all attend that meeting on the 24th. That'd be great.
Yeah, we will all be there. And then Okay, if we're ready to move on to item number 6.
Thank you.
Good night, Steve. He's like, yeah, I'm out of here. Anyway, reports from the city council meetings, and we're going to start with the assignments. Is everybody good with the assignments that you see on the agenda going forward? Does anybody have any problems with their assignments? Okay, seeing nothing, moving on to then past meeting review by our Commissioner Smith, who did the February 17th city council meeting.
Okay, the council's established a new technology committee. Is my volume okay? Can you hear?
It's got a little bit of static to it, but yeah.
It's kind of muffled. There's some frequency clipping on happening.
Okay, let me try another one. No, that's about all I can do from here. So I'll try to keep it short. They established a new technology committee, which there were 12 applicants and they selected 7 of them. Rajiv Bajaj, Bill Cochran, Ann June, Amish Pavila, George Lee, Scott Vanderlip, Sasha Zabrzov. And so this is the new technology committee that will be addressing those kinds of issues. There's some grant funding for Purissima Park, where they're going to do some changes for the concession building. We need to move quickly because that money is not going to be available for a long time. Probably the most impacting item was item 6 on their agenda, the COVID vaccine and testing policy. I think you've probably all received the information from Deborah that we are supposed to provide evidence that we have been vaccinated in order to be on commissions and committees of various sorts of the town. So if you have not received that, you might reach out to Deborah and get the information directly from her. Item 7 on the agenda that appropriated $15,000 for wildlife corridor identification, and Kit Gordon and Peter Brown talked about getting Live Oaks Association have identified wildlife corridors earlier to update the maps that they have already produced. Undergrounding of utilities is going forward. Our mayor, George Tyson, is heading up that activity, and they're doing some things there for around the fire station up of Federal College. PG&E seems to be the bottleneck. We're waiting on approvals from PG&E for further progress. Finally, they were talking about ordinance regarding noise on leaf blowers, banning gas-powered leaf blowers, and a little bit of housekeeping there on that kind of activity. That was about the major things I picked up on. I know, Jim, you were there, and if you had any other things you wanted to add, you could go for it here.
Nope.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Moving on to item number 7, report of past fast track meetings and site development meetings. Anything to add there, Sophia?
Just all the 3 projects, like February 15, February 22nd, and March 1st, all the 3 projects were approved with conditions.
Okay, thank you. And then moving on to item number 8, our planning director report.
Thank you. Discussing our housing element update, we have scheduled a joint planning commission and city council meeting on March 24th at 6 p.m. It will be a virtual meeting. We will be sending out postcards to all the residents, and we are hoping that residents can join us. We are going to discuss where we are in terms of our housing element update. We will be discussing sites inventory, the state laws pertaining to selection of sites. So again, this is going to be a very important meeting. Other update is that, as you know, we did roll out a housing element survey. And by February 21st, we had over 420 responses. So we greatly appreciate everyone who participated. And for those who haven't had the chance to take the survey, please do so. This is really helping us in terms of our housing element update. And yeah, and I think I did make that clarification that for our RHNA allocation for cycle 5, even though we produce 153 units, we need still to make up 8 in the moderate income category. On March 17th, city council meeting, we are presenting annual progress report on general plan and housing element. So this is, I'm sure if everyone is interested in knowing how we are doing in terms of our programs, our goals and policies, this is a good presentation. And I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. Well, guys, we've made it to 10:36. That was quite the working session. I hope we don't have to repeat a working session like that in a long time, to be honest. We did well. That was tough. With that, I will make a movement to adjourn this meeting. We are done. Have a good evening, guys. Thanks so much again for a lively evening.
Right.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Good
Thanks,
night.
everybody.
Thank you.
Good night.